Section 5, ecocide, what is the impact of war on the environment in Ukraine? This is our main topic. Will you please launch our YouTube presentation? Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Irina Starovoitova. I'm director of the Regional Development Agency in Slavutich. Welcome to Slavutich this morning. I'm happy to welcome all the participants of the 9th annual INUDECO conference, and I would like to remind you that we have our streams simultaneously on YouTube and on our Regional Development Agency website. I hope that you had a chance to follow up us on the internet. On our website, you can find information about the previous conference. You can find all the presentations for the past 9 years of the conference. And today I am happy to open the third day of this 9th annual INUDECO conference, which is dedicated to the innovations in nuclear sector and revival of nuclear objects after decommissioning, nuclear sites after decommissioning. With this, I'm happy to give the floor to the first presenter of our morning session, to Ms. Olga Krajec from ITGIP Institute of Ukraine. Good morning, dear colleagues. Good morning, Arina. Today, it's my honor to present our joint work. In the past, we were called the Institute of Communication and Global Research of the Academy of Sciences, and my co-author is Mr. Alexander Kovalenko from the Environmental Institute. Our presentation the topic of our presentation sounds like digital passport of an environmental facility to control remediation processes in case of pollution. That allowed us in the past that such passports were required, but we found out that it does not work now. Ecocide, the destruction of their mental by humans based on preliminary assessment. The war has inflicted $51 billion of environmental damage from Russian invasion of Ukraine, and the task before us is to create preconditions for the remediation system for to restore that environment. Here on this slide, you see two pictures of the same forest in the east of Ukraine. The left picture shows the same forest 2 months before the full-scale invasion, while to the right you see the current view of the same forest. If you will make more careful study of pictures in internet, you will find the same situation. In Ukraine, we have more than 200,000 square meters of soils polluted, more than 200 square hectares of forests, which were burnt, huge numbers of creatures, more than 50,000 of dolphins were killed in the Black Sea, and dozens of places and hundreds of places of nesting of wild birds and wild nature were destroyed. And currently we try to develop a system which will use the modern information technologies to systematize all that damage. And currently we are shifting from the passport of environmental object or environmental facility in hard copy to the digital passport of environmental facility. Here you see one more illustration. The upper picture shows the same view from my balcony in Severodonetsk. On the forest. Now there is no flat, there is no forest anymore, but you see only the burnt logs. Thus, the digital passport of environmental object will become a representative evidence which will be available digitally in the network. In the past, the objects were shown in a form of electronic tables containing all the information. The environmental objects were shown in those characteristics in those tables by categories: a passport of landscape park, a passport of the ecosystem of preserve. Today, we take them as we consider the passport as an information processing tool for the purpose of collecting, systematizing, classifying data, comparing, analyzing, and presenting processed information in general for visualization and further work. And we suggest to split information for internal use and external use. That is, pieces of information will be shown to public about the consequences of the environmental object destroyal, while the information which will be needed for the decision making or classified information will be kept undisclosed for the responsible bodies. For creation of such a passport, three integrated technologies are used: client server, then shared use of resources in global networks, and the third, universal user communication in the form of an internal messenger. A distributed data bank is being created, and a number of services that were previously developed for the tritium on planet Earth side are being implemented, namely 3D modeling of the research surface, an application for monitoring temperature fluctuations, and an application for modeling the spread of some dangerous substance based on a number of parameters that are previously entered to the system database tables or are used in a distributed data bank. This is, of course, very narrow targeted information. For the users, the passport is presented in digital, in a form of digital passport, in which information is entered in the form of an HTML template for each type of object. In the passport database, a separate passport is a tabular form, the translation to which is carried out by the ID. That is what we managed to test out in advance. We will dedicate special web page to each passport. information for the users could be shown in a traditional form of wiki pages, and later those wiki pages further on will be available for presentation in the databases of general information. And it makes it easier for the users to use this information. As for the internal part of portal for researchers, at that part of our digital object, we carry out processing of various digital sources. The methodology of building an information processing web service was tested when creating the web portal of the project Tritium on planet Earth. And we this made it possible to understand that a tool is needed that allows you to quickly create a digital passport of the object of surveillance. This passport will be useful to a number of specialists working together to solve an environmental problem. We found it a very convenient tool where the digital information comes quite regularly in almost real-time mode. Implemented models and algorithms, which by the way applied in the Tritium on planet Earth project, and patented research methodology also implemented individuals block for information process. And we continue to work on the combination of these tools on the web. I would like to thank for your attention, and we suggest considering the digital passport of environmental object not in the form of initial information. We propose to create digital passports as information processing services, which also allow information processing and initial modeling of the possible development of the event. This increases the efficiency of the work of specialists who work on the problems of environmental renewal after disasters and military operations. Thank you for your attention. Thank you for this good introductory presentation. This was very interesting information that you presented. Thank you for your courage and stamina, and we all felt compassion having seen the first pictures of your presentation. We are happy to give a hug to you, friendly hug. Now we have Mr. Yaroslav Yemelyanenko. I have a question. Dear colleagues, let us write down our questions in chat. Will you please answer the question in chat, please? Mr. Yemelyanenko from Chernobyl Tour is ready to speak without a formal presentation. And dear colleagues, we are happy that despite all the external circumstances, we managed to come together. Today we have April 26th, and there is a rather sad date which had to change the lives of many people. But at the same time, today we are very thankful and grateful to this opportunity to rethink our attitudes to lives, to nature, to our opportunity to promote the positive image of Ukraine and despite all the tragedies of war and futilities of war, we today are able to present and to promote new image of Ukraine. And actually today I would like to present you a process which had been lasting for the several decades. Actually, we had been doing this transformation of the Chernobyl zone into site which was remediated and restored after a big tragedy. And there were three parts which contributed to it. First of all, that was a civil society which formulated the problems and made them public. Then it was business which very proactively got involved into restoration and revival of the site, and and then the state public members of public administration who were capable to see the capabilities opened by capabilities to improve the image of Ukraine due to that remediation work for dozens of years. Chernobyl area, Chernobyl revival zone, let's call it, had been visited by students, by journalists, by environmental activists to understand more about our relations with the environment. Actually, the Chernobyl revival zone was opened in 1999. Was started then in the year 2009. It was launched as a tourist object, and a later strategy of Ukraine was passed, which emphasized the need for development of Chernobyl revival zone. And currently, Ukraine also keeps that in mind despite the war. We should understand that to implement the strategy of turning Chernobyl exclusive zone into Chernobyl revival zone, much things are needed. First of all, NGOs working with that topic, then businesses who are capable to strengthen sustainability, economic sustainability of the Chernobyl area. And we also need contribution from the state institutions. They first have to develop the concept for the Chernobyl revival zone for the existence, and then they need to develop necessary secondary legislation, while the fact that Ukraine had been famous for its corruption has not made the life of Chernobyl zone easy. In Chernobyl, which remained closed and untransparent area, that corruption had even more possibilities to flourish.
The military requests to let people in there, but the only ones who go in and out there, these are those who are taking out the forest, the timber, and these are criminals. But basically, what the concept, what was passed now, we hope will be very efficient strategy, which will combine the representatives of the Ministry of Environment and businessmen. And Chernobyl zone, exclusion zone, will become the pearl of tourism. Now, Chernobyl NPP has become for the second time famous in the world, notorious in the world, because it was attacked and then occupied for some time. So, but now we are trying to do everything to promote this exclusion zone, and we will turn this exclusion zone into the zone of rebirth, the symbol of victory of Ukrainian people. Thank you. A wonderful term, the zone of rebirth or renaissance. We'll be getting used to this new term. Thank you, Yaroslav. And now I would like to give the floor to Mr. Denis Vishnevsky. Please give Denis the access to microphone and to demonstration of the screen. Denis works in Chernobyl radiation and ecological biosphere, and he will be talking about the experience of photo traps usage in the work of Chernobyl radiation and ecological biosphere natural reserve. You missed the technical test, and there will be questions asked in chat. Please follow the chat. The participants leave their questions in chat. Good afternoon. Thank you, the organizers, for the invitation. I will talk about one technical aspect of work of Chernobyl Reserve, which is located within the explosion zone. It occupies 2/3 of that territory, and for 8 years it has been the inseparable part of this territory. I'd like to say that all the period after the accident, before the preserve was set up, we had the problem of lack of systemic study of fauna since the early 90s. There were some studies done first years after the disaster. Academy of Sciences participated in that, but at the same time, in the beginning of 90s, they were stopped because of the economic crisis that we had, and there was no funding for that. There was another reason why for a long time in the exclusion zone, the main priority was radiation safety, radioactive waste management, but the issue of biodiversity was not in the center of attention. Basically, this is quite a strange system because all places where the human beings are present, where basically where there is the activity of people visible, they occupy just 10% of the whole territory, and the rest of the territory is where the natural or nature were restored spontaneously by itself. And so we have to analyze the situation. There were several concepts which were like in the forestry. They believe that the exclusion zone is a place where there are many animals, but these are mostly predators. And they were basically registered even materials of Chernobyl lease company. There was a legend, which was called Black Legend, and this legend explained that the radiation negatively impacts the nature, and our colleagues, foreigners were promoting this legend. So basically, we understand that basically we knew about the restoration of the nature, but we didn't have any figures. We started working in this preserve back in 2016, and from the beginning we started using so-called photo traps. That is a piece of equipment with the photo module and some sensors. We install it somewhere in the forest, and if the animal passes by this photo trap, the animal is registered. What do we have in the result? All this equipment doesn't scare and doesn't attract animals, doesn't have any impact on animals. They just make photos. And the human factor is removed this way, because on the photograph you see whether there is an animal there or not, and the big problem is to assess the diversity, and especially, well, it's important because it's quite easy to use it. Anyone can learn how to use this system in a week or two. So basically, when some scientific organization take these photo traps, they are taught how to process information, how to store it. The photo trap is like a person, because the sensor works when the animal of the some medium or large size passes by, and that is what the people usually see. So it is also important to say the following. This methodology, this equipment, why they are so important. They have such advantages. We are using the mobile app survey, which allows our inspectors, researchers, and all the staff which is on the territory of exclusion zone to register meetings with animals. And in this case, we have geo data, and it's all automatically channeled to the special system. And you see in the left bottom corner, there's such a map. We made such a grid with the scale is 5 by 5 kilometers, and we calculated number of observations in every of these squares. That's like a visual assessment. And you see that the hot spots where we observed that most of the animals are to the south and to the north of Chernobyl. And plus there are some open areas there. And there are many points of observation where the personnel stays on a permanent basis. To the west, there are few observations. This map shows not so much the density of the animals, of the presence of the animals, but it registers the presence of personnel. Also, most of the observations, you see this graph, more than 70% that was recorded from a road. Some personnel is moving near the road or on the road. 90% of observations are very close to roads. The personnel, first of all, is seen not everywhere, and they are mostly moving along the road. Besides, there's a factor of time, besides the factor of space, because mostly all the observations are made in the light time of the day. That's important traditionally. Many conclusions are made because the personnel makes some observations, but photo trap allows us to, it collects information all day round. There's no subjectivism. In the practice of the preserve, there were 2 stages of installing the photo traps from 2018 till 2020. There was the first stage. We used 5 photo traps. We got 900 images with the information. What we got in this case, we realized what is the daily activity of animals, when they are more active, less active, and mostly it's an hour before the sunset and an hour after the sunset, and then in the early morning. And then we could see what is the size of some animals like wolves. Also, the photo trap gives you objective information about the behavior of animals, because when the animal meets a person, then they're trying to avoid people. But here you can see, for example, like some animals are eating apples. For many of our inspectors, that was really some discovery. We put these photo traps, and also we can see the activity of people on the territory of the preserve. There are some project Police Without Borders. We installed 93 cameras and we received 37,400 photos. What did it give us? First of all, we realized the numbers of animals from we managed to see how many animals in general we have on our territory. We are still processing this data because what material we collected in 2020-22, we are still processing that. So you see which animals are present there. And fortunately, when it comes to Stropha, we now see that there are 150 animals there. Before, we had many of them out of predators. The wolf was registered more often, and the fox too. And that we intuitively understood it, but on the one hand, we had to set the management of the preserve, and also how animals perceive the exclusion zone. You see the map of the exclusion zone. The red is what is not the preserve, and green and the yellow colors, these the areas of preserve. The territories are shown as like core zone, buffer area, and the preserve area. This structure works very well on the territories where there are people. It allows to avoid some problems, but And that's where we see certain differentiation. There could be more animals in the preserve core, less than in the buffer zone. There are very few people there. And so we see that for animals, in most cases, there's no difference between all these areas. It's not just the preserve, not just the core, plays an important role for preserving the nature. The whole zone works this way. From the point of view of animals, all our approaches to using this territory mean nothing. And also, as part of this monitoring, we were also monitoring such an interesting animal as the Eurasian lynx, and that there are not so many of these animals. It's very conservative animal, and we hope that we would have more accurate assessment. We received several dozen thousand photographs, we processed them, and we found 55 lynxes. That's an exact number of how many lynxes are in the exclusion zone. This animal is included into a red book. And what can I add else? This is quite interesting from the point of view of training of personnel. They're working with the first class equipment, but on the other hand, we receive data which show a very high value of this territory, even though we worked with different types of animals, but these are the animals which are so important for preserving the environment. And our foreign colleagues, it's not us who work in the preserve, but our foreign colleagues showed that the analysis of different territories of the north of Ukraine, from Volyn to exclusion zone, demonstrated that the structure, the behavior and distribution along the territory and density are best seen on the territory of the preserve. Thank you for attention. Thank you. A very interesting presentation. Please, Denise, send your presentation to our email. Thank you. Dear colleagues, there are some questions already. Please leave more questions to Denise. The information is very interesting, and I believe that the discussion in chat may continue quite actively because the topic is very, very important now. I would like to invite Mr. Barsuk, technical team, Alexander Barsuk from Chernobyl Radiation Environmental Biosphere Preserve. He will be talking about geoportal of Chernobyl Biosphere Preserve. So give the possibility to Alexander Barsuk to head the presentation. And then mute his microphone. Good morning, good day. Let's try your sound. I don't hear you well. Can we hear you well? Maybe speak louder. Okay, I'll be trying. And please make, yeah, Yeah, now everything's great. Can you see it? Can you read it? Yeah. I'd like to make a presentation on geoportal of Chernobyl radiation and ecological biosphere reserve. We've developed it recently. I will tell you a few words about our reserve. Many of you know that it was founded in 2016. In 2021, it was developed and approved. We developed and approved the general management plan. And in the end of 2022, we received all the rights for the use of this territory. In its work, the reserve is guided by the principles of sustainable development. And the main goals of the reserve are preservation of the most typical natural complexes of Ukrainian Polisia, ensuring support and increase the barrier function of the Chernobyl exclusion zone, and rehabilitation measures on the territory. I will not talk about that. So first of all, the preconditions for creation of such geographic portal of this system was that the preserve back in 2019 had a new GIS system implemented for work and for data collection. The previous presenter, Denis, mentioned that the data were collected thanks to mobile applications, and there were more than 3,000 cases of animal encounters with animals. You see how we're accumulating all this information. When we were developing the draft design, we were collecting all available geospatial data. There was a situation that we have to systematize all the research taking place on the territory so that we better understand what was happening, what research was done, and in which way we have to move in our research, which research we can find grants, what could be of interest to our foreign colleagues. And in the result, we developed this geoportal. It had to be a system that would combine geospatial data and some archive historic data. All the data of geoportal are stored on the servers of Microsoft Azure, the cloud storage, and it has three parts: geoportal, the website, which gives access to this information, and there is administrative panel for editing information. That's cartographic information, which is reflected using the API technology from a website. And this slide shows you the web address of our geoportal. You see here, if you are interested, you can enter it and look at it, and it includes the database of geospatial, and now it has more than 200 and 50 literary sources and plenty of cartography materials. Our scientific library is categorized. We have some publications in the newspapers. We also have scientific reports, and there's a section of historic maps. We collected historic maps from 1986. And the maps of the exclusion zone, they were scanned and they are placed on our geoportal. In general, you can search for information by categories and by keywords. When we add the data, our experts add some keywords, add resumes of articles so that the user can easily find what's of interest, and also they can read the short resume of different articles. Talking about historic maps, we included the maps and schemes of radiation contamination. And this site has the map scheme of radiation damage of coniferous forests in the area that suffered after Chernobyl NPP accident. Also, we have the data from 1980s, 1990s. We digitized more than 50 historic maps. Besides, on our portal, we have a library of media files. There are videos and photographs there. This is all divided into categories like fauna, landscape, flora, and so on. Here you can see of media library on fauna. We have a tree of fauna, which is exists in the territory of the reserve. And when you press some species, you can see the description like brown bear. There are photographs made by the reserve or our partners and the description of this type. And we also give some mapping information. These are locations the bear was identified on the exclusion zone, and also we have geodata for different other animals. You can see which animals were registered and who you can see on the territory of the preserve. The fauna divided into categories: the mammals, birds, fishes, amphibians, reptiles, and that's for easier navigation on the site. All this data, geospatial data, were integrated with the platform WebGIS, and thanks to this platform, we can make some maps which will be on the web portal, geoportal, sorry, and you can work on this platform. Now there are 53 geospatial layers which the preserve received in the process of work. And that's when we saw certain flora, fauna, and that's data like some maps made by people from the preserve, by some research institutes, and the maps of the forest. There's a lot of information.
There is much information, and everybody who is interested might go there and find hopefully what he or she needs. The WebG's advantages are as follows. It is developed on the basis of ESRI basis, the world leader in GIS technologies. Location data is hosted on Microsoft Azure, storing data in the cloud eliminates the possibility of physical loss of information and minimizes the risk of successful cyber attacks. For example, back in 2022, in result of a full-scale invasion, the computer hardware was damaged and some pieces of information were damaged and disappeared. And thus, we are sure that this information would not be destroyed. WebG's system does not require special software, which is again very convenient. It has as a tool its specificities, and this slide shows this specificities. For example, you can make sampling, a sampling of a series based on series of data. You can make a put stars and in select a series selection, make selections of information. Also, you can edit some digital data, or you can change the boundaries of layers. And we plan to upgrade all the layers of information on this web portal from time to time, although the data we collect, they are rather dynamic. For example, fauna data can change very quickly, and this layer, this level of information will require more amendments, while we do not expect that any geological information or for the layer of forests will require much changes. But actually in the recent years, in the year 2020, 2022, 2023, we witnessed several forest fires in this area, and that again required some amendments to the information about forests. GeoPortal allows to add publications, to add media data, and here you see GeoPortal Management Cabinet, which allows to do that. You can easily go there and add those publications or media files, which you wish. It is simple, has a rather simple user website. You assign a category to publication. We try to assign categories to simplify the search among the publications. In general, the system is rather flexible. It allows scaling. All the data are stored in a cloud. In case of scaling the system, you only need to allocate more money for the cloud storage and increase the data storages. Besides that, this system allows to process large volumes of data. It allows to do data aggregation and opens access to big amounts of data. This system also allows to optimize the performance of optimization. It allows access to many users at a time. By now, we had no tests for huge numbers of users, but still we have this understanding that it allows huge number of users to be connected. As of now, we have many environmental institutions like Chernobyl Preserve, Geoinformation, environmental funds, etc. The results, an effective system was created which allows you to display important information about biodiversity, administrative and economic system, tourism, or any other information about nature reserves. Also, we have developed tools for the publication of open geospatial and scientific information, which improves communication between the reservants, scientists, citizens, managers, foreign partners, etc. And also, our group has integrated various data sets and registers in one environment. Also, the system allows automated search and analysis, which create conditions for effective study of problems and decision-making of the decision makers about these environmental objects. For the plans for development, the goals of our reserve are as follows. We work on establishing of Ramsar site in reserves territory, and we work on acquiring international status through the creation of a UNESCO Biosphere Reserve. And information to add after reaching the goals, we plan to add Ramsar site data, and we hope that we will add UNESCO Biosphere Reserve data, including information on neighboring territories in Chernobyl Oblast, and this will be parts of Kyiv and Chernihiv regions. Currently, we cooperate with the Ivankivska territorial community and the Chernihiv regional military administration on creating the reserve in the neighboring territories. And we hope that very soon we will go beyond the exclusive zone. Thank you for your attention. Thank you, Alexandra. We are expected to receive your presentation on the on our website. We promise all the participants that we will format your presentation in as PDF files and then we will post them on the conference website. I would like to point out your attention to chat and to questions in chat. I would like to remind you that questions are being answered in chat. We are finalizing our first first panel, and I'm pleased to invite to floor Andriy Novikov. Andriy Novikov. Mr. Andriy Novikov, are you with us? Yes, Andriy is with us. Unfortunately, the sound is very poor. We cannot hear you. Whether technical team is able to do something with the sound. I am getting ready, thank you. While Andriy is getting ready an announcement for our international participants, I invite you to choose the channel for translation. For doing that, you need to go to the globe button below the screen and select the channel. We have simultaneous translation, and we invite you to listen and to speak into proper channel. Today we have 40 participants of this panel, and I would like to remind you we have streams on our website and on our internet page, and we have a YouTube stream also. So I encourage you to show your presentations in slideshow mode. This is necessary for our YouTube streaming. So Andriy is ready as far as I see. Can you hear me? Yes, we can hear you. I'm Novikov Andriy, Institute of Security Issues of the Nuclear Power Plants. My presentation is dedicated to Cesium 137 emissions during the combustion of the contaminated biomass. Forests and biomass during the radioactively contaminated areas pose a potential threat of atmospheric emissions of accumulated radionuclide. The paper reviewed the literature of Cesium emissions from laboratory burning of contaminated biomass and present the results of comparing Cesium emissions and burning and smoldering of radio polluted biomass. A sample of forest litter collected in the Chernobyl exclusion zone was burned in a special designed furnace and flame and smoldering modes. During flame combustion, 8.4% of Cesium 137 activity was recorded on the aerosol filter, while only 0.5% was released for the other part of the same sample during smoldering. The result is in good coordination with the known literature data. It demonstrates strong dependence of Cesium 137 on the combustion. They identified the discrepancies in the emission factors described in the literature can be explained by the difference in the dispersed composition of the studied smoke fractions, as well as the use of a not entirely correct methodology for determining the emission activity, in which all activity losses during the experiment can be automatically attributed to smoke emission. This concluded that under different initial conditions of a forest fire, Cesium emissions factors, even for the same forest area, can be significantly different. Input data and research methods. A sample of the forest litter from the Chernobyl exclusion zone near the village of Kopachi was used for the study. After being kept in the dry room for 1.5 years, the reaching air dry humidity, the sample was thoroughly mixed and divided into several parts weighing 50-60 grams. After determining the Cesium 137 activity using SBS and the Canberra semiconductor conductor spectrometer, the sample parts were burned under flame and the smoldering combustion conditions in a specially manufactured furnace that ensured complete capture of smoke particles on a glass filter to create a flame in combustion mode. The sample was loosened and ignited from the below through the grate. To ensure predominantly smoldering combustion, the sample was slightly compressed. A piece of tissue paper was placed under the sample on the grate, and the sample itself was ignited from above. This table shows summarizes the results of determining the share of radionuclides released in the atmosphere during biomass combustion. It looks like due controlled activities of burning. The results gained by various researchers should be very close, but in values, but there is a big difference in results. Perhaps the reason is the term aerosol particles is not well defined. This is a mixture of different particles, of different size particles, and between 20 micrometers of millimeter and up to several millimeter size particles. This column shows the size of particles, and while those particles are subject, small particles are subject to transboundary transportation by wind, then bigger particles could not be transported at far distances and have a trend of sedimentation closer to the ignition center. That is when we try to establish the percentage of radionuclide ash which remains in the fire site. We cannot find big part of particles which had been blown away. Or sometimes we simply lose, as you see from table 1, despite those disadvantages, the percentage of the cesium emission is present in a wide range where I am. Figure 1 shows the temperature dependence of the saturated vapor pressure of some alkali metal halides. We can see that cesium halides are more volatile than their analogous elements, potassium and rubidium, and that cesium iodide is the most volatile among them. However, the probability of formation of such a compound is quite low due to the low concentration of iodine atoms in the environment. But the difference for cesium chloride is not so great. However, the probability of formation of such a compound is quite low due to the low concentration of iodine atoms in the environment. But the difference for cesium chloride is not so great. Since the concentration of cesium is low, he is reading the text but not showing it on the presentation. I am afraid that translation is not possible because we have not received the presentations in advance. So the major component of wooden ash is calcium potassium. Partial ruination of phosphates is possible when the temperature is between 200 and 500 degrees. We can come to conclusion that for the same plot of porous emissions of cesium could be variable depending on the direction of the wind and the force of our conclusions. The differences in literature as to the content of cesium are related to the differences in dispersed content. The emission coefficient depends on the size of particles and on the intensity of burning and the result of burning. Emission coefficient for cesium 137. 137 for the same plot, so for it might be very much different for different plots depending on weather conditions. The velocity and the direction of wind. And combustion chambers cannot adequately reproduce the combustion conditions. If you have questions, I'm ready to answer them. Thank you very much for your presentation. No, it was not moving. The presentation was not moving during presentation. Thank you. I would like to remind all the participants that when your presentations are over, you can post your questions in chat. And I would like to ask you to turn off your microphones after your presentations. I'm happy to welcome our moderator of the next panel, Mr. Muhammad Ali Alkis. Happy to welcome you, Mr. Muhammad Ali. Will you please turn on? I just wanted to make a technical check whether you can hear me and whether we can hear you. Thank you. for the check. I'm happy to welcome you and your colleagues. I can see Miss Natalia Klaus. I can see your colleagues here. Thank you. This is the second year of your participation in our conference, and the second year when we have a special panel. Thank you for joining this panel in a role of a moderator. I would like to remind to all our international participants to choose right channel for your presentations, because we have simultaneous translation. Please make sure to speak to the right channel to make translation possible. And also, I would like to remind you about possibility to give donation for the development of humanitarian projects in Slavutage. We will be happy to receive, to raise any amount of money, and even each hryvnia is valuable. With that charity donations, we carried out renovation and overhaul of the rehabilitation unit in our hospital, and we are very grateful to all the donators who participated in that charity. And now we have one more charity project. We would like to raise money and to equip, to renovate and equip in line with the new requirements, a shelter for sportsmen, bomb shelter, not simply shelter, but bomb shelter for young sportsmen. We have a big sports event for children, for youth, and now, because of the war, we need to have a new bomb shelter for them. With this, I give the floor to Mr. Muhammad Ali Al-Kis. The floor is yours for moderating this panel.
Thank you, Ari. Talk about nuclear security during armed conflict. The Russian occupation of Ukrainian nuclear power plants during the ongoing Russian invasion of Ukraine has brought a new dimension into the question of nuclear security. Because for the first time in history, a war takes place in nuclear power state with advanced nuclear infrastructure and operational facilities. Even though there were previous military attacks on nuclear facilities, they involved comparatively smaller facilities, and in some cases, such as Iran, Iraq, and Syria, they were not operational. What sets Ukraine case apart from these is an ongoing conflict in and around nuclear facilities involving tanks, heavy weaponry, and constant shelling on nuclear facilities and auxiliary systems, such as external power lines. In addition, Chernobyl and Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plants have been occupied, operating personnel have been detained, and even Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant has been so-called declared as Russian federal asset. In this regard, the prolonged attacks on nuclear facilities have endangered the physical integrity of facilities, functionality of safety and security systems, logistic supply chain, emergency preparedness, response measures, and communication with the regulator and the IAEA. Furthermore, the detention of operating personnel forces them to work under duress, which also endangers the safe and secure operation of nuclear power plant. I can talk about this particular issue for days, but you are all lucky that today I am not a panelist. Instead, I will give floor to the great three speakers from our network. I will start with Natalia Klaus. Natalia Klaus is the president of the Black Sea Women in Nuclear Network and consultant in the World Institute for Nuclear Security. Natalia is a nuclear security expert with 20 years of experience in the field of physical protection, including at the IAEA, the Ministry of Energy of Ukraine, the Ministry of Internal Affairs of Ukraine, and the State Nuclear Regulatory Inspectorate of Ukraine. Natalia holds a master's degree in nuclear security and public administration and completed an internship at the James Martin Center for Non-Proliferation Studies, Monterey, California, USA. So, without further ado, the floor is yours, Natalia.
Good morning, dear participants. For my network, it's unusual that I speak Ukrainian. Dear interpreters, I have to apologize for my voice, and dear participants, I have to apologize, but I will do my best. Natalia, will you please switch to Ukrainian channel to speak Ukrainian, because you are going to present in Ukrainian.
I would like to thank, on behalf of our network, the organizers of the conference. For the second year, we included into the agenda, and this has become already a good tradition of cooperation and discussing here the issues of nuclear protection on nuclear security. Maybe you don't have you don't understand it. When we are talking about nuclear security, being outside of Ukraine, it's very difficult to talk about some threats because we are not inside the system and we do not see what's really happening in Ukraine, what are the challenges that Ukrainian specialists are facing, and what we are, our conclusions that we make them based on what information is available to us. So I cannot speak like Ukrainian researcher because I left the country, but what were the threats, how the invasion of Ukraine happened, that is what we can talk about, and we can also talk about what consequences it will have for other countries. I believe that after the victory of Ukraine, we will hear all the stories and the experts will share their experience, how they reacted, what new challenges they included into the threats, and really a huge respect to them for that. When we are talking about nuclear security, we see that, first of all, nuclear security is very important for the national security of the country. And what's happening at the NPPs, at any facility where the radioactive waste or radioactive fuel is managed, and that is, for such facilities, a very important issue. Ukraine is moving ahead in this stance. There was a law on protection of energy infrastructure just before the war. And these steps allowed to organize more serious interaction, cooperation, and also to review the national security issues, and to include into it the element of nuclear security. And this is a very important issue. It's important for both Ukraine and foreign states. What is happening is that people cooperate because systems are created. People create systems, people manage systems, and that is why human factor becomes of paramount importance. And it's considered to be something important that has an impact on the situation. But during the war, and the radiation conditions become especially important. And for the nuclear security, it is very important to have a very active cooperation. One of the things that basically ruined, I believe, our belief into international institutions, international instruments. I'm now working on the project Voices of Ukraine. And we are talking to Ukrainian experts. And I can tell you that that's what we hear from them, and we read in interviews why they don't follow international conventions, international laws, because they were developed to protect the humanity. When you start analyzing it, you see that Russia didn't sign many of such documents, and they left the Geneva Convention. They didn't sign the Geneva Convention. And that is the measure of how civilized they are. And for Ukraine, it is important to follow all the international norms and regulations. And we, as citizens of Ukraine, we do not understand why what is happening. We can feel that, we just see that when some state wants to attack, this is something that is being prepared. But I'd like to talk again about the physical protection. We know that Russia hasn't left some of the conventions, and maybe our participants of the conference can see that in February, in January, February, you will find it on IAEA's website. The representative office of Russian Federation sent the note to the leadership of IAEA about why they mined the power plant, and they used for that the concept of some international regulations. Another thing which is about the threats for international institutions is the safety of suppliers. Well, basically, Russia supplies nuclear fuel to many countries, including the US. But now there's a piece of information published where the US say that for the first time enriched uranium to be used for NPPs. Europe is working on rejecting all the supplies from Russia they are basically developing the plans and they are implementing them step by step. The threats that I mentioned, I just wanted to share this information with you. But what's happening? Cannot be really understood by specialists who respect international institutions, who respect the mode of nuclear protection. And a lot of measures are taken now. I will later give you the link. I will give you the link on the website. That's the World Institute of Nuclear Security. This institute, World Institute for Nuclear Security, published a report which is called Nuclear Security 2.0. After the 24th February 2022 order of this order and its implications for nuclear security. If you follow this link, you will be able even to download this document, but you will have to get registered there. This publication is very interesting because it gives us understanding of what international institutions are to work on now. And this institute is translating this document into Ukrainian, and soon Ukrainian version will be available. And I hope you will get a lot of interesting information about, especially the information about what Ali mentioned. Thank you for attention.
Thank you, Natalia, for your thoughts and remarks. It was really great to listen to you. I totally agree with you. And I have one additional comment to what you have explained perfectly, that even if Russia was a party to additional protocol, I don't think they would implement those regulations, because Russia is not only a country that is against rule-based world nuclear order, Russia is also trying to vandalize the nuclear order with its violations all around, because it is not only the nuclear violations we have in an ongoing sense, but also in other sense of war crimes and tortures we have been hearing about. So I think there will be many violations brought daylight after the Ukrainian victory. But now we will talk about something related to what's going on in action. So now I will give floor to Zenobia, security course for King's Institute of Applied Security Studies. She currently conducts research related to security culture, education, and communication. Zenobia is also one of the mentors for the Women in Nuclear Black Sea Region Network, and she holds a BA Joint Honors degree from Durham University and PhD from the School of Oriental and African Studies, University of London. Without further ado, the floor is yours, Zenobia. Yes. Please go ahead. Yes. Thank you, Zenobia, for sharing your project. And it is great that you are doing this because recently there has been some drone attacks to Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant, and I am totally sure that it was a Russian false flag operation, and they are just trying to accuse Ukrainians using drones and attack their own facilities. So it is really important that we know facts even during the conflict. So it will be a great project, and I'm sure it will contribute greatly. But now we have another great speaker, a great friend of mine. Surgeon Jeff McAbee has over 2 decades of nuclear security experience, having been with the Point Lebrun Nuclear Generating Station's nuclear response team since its inception in 2003. He is also a certified nuclear security professional, having earned several specializations through the World Institute for Nuclear Security, as well as being the WINS Academy Ambassador to Canada. In the past 21 years of providing nuclear security services in a variety of roles, from frontline tactical officer to shift surgeon, and in his current position as a surgeon supporting day operations, Jeff has seen how nuclear security has evolved changes to the design-basis threat as they relate to the current global events. In 2022, Jeff was recognized as the first nuclear security officer in Canada to present before the Canadian Nuclear Safety Commission as an intervener in support of Point Lebrun's power reactor operating license renewal request. So the floor is yours, Jeff.
Perfect. Do a quick sound check if everyone can hear me.
Yes, we can clearly hear you.
Perfect. So first and foremost, I do want to thank you, Ali, as well as the Black Sea chapter for Women in Nuclear for this opportunity to speak in this presentation today. It's a great honor and a privilege to speak amongst such esteemed colleagues and industry peers. So I do want to mention that and thank you all for that. As Ali did mention, I am from Canada, and currently it is just coming up on 5 a.m. So I do have a lot of coffee with me today, so please bear with me. Before I get started on my presentation, I do want to also recognize that today does mark the 38th anniversary of the Chernobyl incident. So to take a moment and recognize all the individuals that were involved and affected by that incident. And I do also want to mention that our security team last year did send a large shipment over to the Ukraine, specifically to the Zaporizhzhia region, of personal protective equipment, ballistic helmets, body armor, and ballistic plates. We gathered up a large shipment to send over in support of the brave fighters over in the Ukraine. And I'm just going to share my screen. Okay, Ali, if you can just confirm that you can see that presentation.
Yes, it is clear.
Excellent. Okay. So today I'll be talking about nuclear security during armed conflict from a practitioner perspective. So from an end user, a nuclear security, boots on the ground style of perspective. So with nuclear security, there is a lot of threats or acts of sabotage to a nuclear facility, or the theft or sabotage of nuclear materials. These forces typically are paramilitary or security trained to respond to an established design basis threat, or DBT, up to small scale armed attacks, but unfortunately not to the extent that we are currently seeing to a well-trained government equipped large scale military force who confronts the guard force with the intent to take over a facility. This leaves the on-site nuclear security assets to make a stand against those aggressors, which may result in a high number of defensive casualties as well as potential damage to the nuclear facility. This increases the risk for an unintended radiological release, while only slowing the invading forces who are likely to have superior and overwhelming numbers. So those are our mandates and the critical situations. So there needs to be a balancing act of sorts. So we need to strive for effective defenses without provocation or escalation, but to also address vulnerabilities and enhance preparedness that I'll talk about later on in the presentation. So some of the challenges and vulnerabilities that a nuclear power plant or station could face during an armed conflict. The biggest challenge is going to be maintaining the 3 C's that I'm sure we are all aware of, but I'll just review those, being controlling reactivity power, keeping the fuel cool, as well as containing the radioactivity. So again, those main challenges that you would face is maintaining the 3 C's necessary to prevent any form of radiological release or damage to systems. The most obvious vulnerability to any nuclear power plant is the intentional targeting of the facility or its subsystems, such as cooling or backup power, with the intent to further destabilize or disrupt a country's means to defend itself from armed conflict. To the same point, any unintentional actions to areas which indirectly support nuclear safety are also a vulnerability. We saw this when you have to excuse my pronunciation, the Kakhovka Dam was affected by several explosions last year. That resulted in the reduction of Zaporizhzhia's capacity to receive water, which is necessary for various safety systems. So while not a direct attack on the facility itself, an indirect attack on systems designed to maintain the 3 C's can have a detrimental effect and increase the potential for radiological release. Resources such as staffing and supplies also pose significant challenges, as was seen initially at the Chernobyl site, as well as currently at Zaporizhzhia, where personnel were forced to work under constant threat, with little to no rest or relief, and disruptions to the supply chain threaten the nuclear power plant's abilities to perform preventative maintenance and do shift turnovers. Natalia already mentioned this, but firsthand stories such as that of Chernobyl Radiation Safety Department Shift Supervisor Anatoly are recounted in the World Institute for Nuclear Security's testimonial publication, Voices of Ukraine, which has a second volume forthcoming with accounts from those from Zaporizhzhia and those individuals who are continuing to this day and to this very minute and second to persevere bravely and heroically to maintain the integrity of their facility while under their current incursion. During a time of said armed incursion, sabotage should also be a consideration, as a vulnerability facing a nuclear power plant as either a means to disrupt the flow of power from the inside the power plant to factories, military installations, or simply to demoralize the general public state. This is not a new tactic. Using disruption of power grids to affect the public is a tactic that was done during the Second World War by bombing factories to create blackouts, which again would demoralize the general population and may sway how they're operating day to day. However, these potential ramifications of sabotaging a nuclear power facility differ greatly from those fossil fuel counterparts and may have unintended and irreversible consequences of a radiological release. Even draining on-site fuel supplies or backup diesel generators to refill military vehicles could lead to eventual catastrophe if electricity flow from any other means was disrupted and generators were the only means as safe and reliable backup power. Again, we have seen this time and time again with the high voltage power disruptions in the Zaporizhzhia area, where they've had to rely on backup diesel generators. And if there's not ability to refuel those generators, then there could be a risk and a loss of those 3 C's, specifically cooling, spent fuel, and providing power to subsystems. So how do we mitigate risk? So nuclear security measures and protocols, while each facility is different and many take different approaches to various security measures and protocols depending on their threat, risk, and vulnerability assessments, one common consideration that nuclear facilities should be considering is enhanced personnel screening and reliability checks to deter, detect, and respond to potential insider threats and have a strong and robust insider threat mitigation process in place. Considerations should also be given to personnel leaving a facility to ensure that there is no theft of nuclear materials or possibly information that could be used to an adversary in which to facilitate an attack, learn routines of guard forces, shift turnovers. So again, enhance reliability to make sure that the personnel at the facility do not have ulterior motives at a time of armed conflict. The adoption of the IAEA's 5 concrete principles is also a sound foundation for mitigating risk if it's gone to the point where there is a form of nuclear piracy or a hostile takeover of the facility. So these principles were established specifically for protecting Zaporizhzhia and are also applicable should, again, a similar form of nuclear piracy occur at another nuclear facility. Nuclear piracy is a concept defined as the illicit acquisition, manipulation, and exploitation of nuclear materials and facilities for strategic purposes. And this is a new concept which differs from nuclear terrorism and is not considered on most standard design basis threats. So this is beyond a design basis threat or beyond your typical form of terrorism, as it is typically a government sanctioned attack on another country's facility. So this was proposed in a 2023 publication entitled Lessons from Zaporizhzhia, How to Protect Reactors Against Nuclear Piracy. The author, one of the authors, again, my good friend Ali, suggests creating agreements to demilitarize nuclear reactors, requiring the facilities to be off limits to military occupation and attacks, or as is the current situation at Zaporizhzhia, requiring the complete and immediate withdrawal of all military personnel and equipment in and around the facility. So essentially, facilities should not be used as strongholds, footholds, or bargaining chips against a country, knowing that typically those facilities would not be attacked. So how can we ensure the safety and security of these facilities? One main thing is contingency planning. And again, deferring to the IAEA, they have come up with their set. And finally, we'll talk about external agency coordination, so enhancing a nuclear security posture. Having memorandums of understanding, or MOUs, as well as service level agreements with external agencies, which detail plans, procedures, and processes for integration with external agencies to ensure that security is maintained while still allowing the continued safe operation of the facility. Facility staff should effectively be able to function without encountering strong numbers of barriers that essentially prevent them from doing their jobs. But we still want to maintain overall advanced security. So we don't want to place restrictive barriers on them. They still need to be able to do their jobs. But in times of armed conflict, or if there's a potential for armed conflict, there needs to be further barriers in place. If at a heightened state of tension where there is a risk of armed conflict, but not determined to be immediate, a graded approach to external agency coordination could be enacted, moving up or down depending on the threat level and the potential for conflict. Finally, conducting training such as tabletop exercises, drills, or full-scale force-on-force exercises to test the integration between on-site and off-site agencies, as well as those contingency plans, is crucial to validate how internal and external groups will function together. This will also bring to light any deficiencies and opportunities for improvement in training, equipment, or knowledge, and allow those gaps to be addressed and create alignment on expectations. So at the end of the day, the security guard force typically only has so many resources, whether it's personnel or equipment, to defend against a design basis threat. And if they are faced with a large scale assault, as we are currently seeing in the Ukraine, there is a strong reliance on external agencies, whether it is military or for us in Canada with local law enforcement agencies. If we have a beyond design basis threat, then we're going to rely on local special operations organizations to support us in maintaining our design basis threat and our deployment strategy. And that is my presentation. I'll welcome any questions. My contact information is there as well. And again, I do want to take this very important opportunity to thank all of the women and men who are involved in nuclear and currently undergoing the stressors and the armed conflict in Ukraine at Zaporizhzhia and Chernobyl and throughout Ukraine, knowing that your Canadian counterparts do stand with you and stand beside you in solidarity and that you will persevere. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Jeff.
For your report. We have one question from Viktor Shenderovich. He would like to know your opinion on the question of necessity of specific protection of nuclear power plant in case of the wartime. What kind of specific protection of nuclear power plant we need to do during the work time in preventing basis? What do you think? What's your opinion on it?
To answer that question, to prevent, if you're talking about preventing them being taken over, it may be a fruitless effort currently, but working with all countries to establish those policies that would put nuclear power plants off the table, meaning that they cannot be used as strongholds by an invading force, and that they cannot be targeted. They cannot be used as those bargaining chips against the public and to sway government or have them back down. So in regards to bolstering them, so if there is a potential for armed conflict, then the host country's military should have a exclusion zone, and that's a no-go zone for the military forces, and they could have resources that would support the current guard force without turning it into a military base that could make it a target for an adversary.
Thank you, Jeff, for clear answer. And I think also there is a precedent for this issue. During the dissolution of Yugoslavia in 1991, there was a nuclear power plant in the part of Slovakia, and due to the diplomatic pressure to the Yugoslavia side, the plant was not attacked, even though it was within the military conflict. So if there is a chance for prevention, I think it is directly related to the diplomatic efforts and agreeing on not to attack nuclear facilities at all. With this, I think we don't have any time for any other questions. We really thank INUDECO organizers for giving us space, and I'm really thankful for our great speakers to join me today. It was really a great pleasure to moderate the session, and hopefully we will see each other next year, and hopefully we will be in person. Thank you so much for inviting us.
Thank you so much, Ali. I have to apologize for Arina. Arina have to left for urgent needs. We have in parallel a lot of activities in our town, thanks to the anniversary of Chernobyl disaster. Thank you so much. It's became a usual participation from your side to participate on our event, and we really appreciate your support of our event and of our activities within the INUDECO conference. Thank you. If there is no question to our colleagues, I would like to say that we will have a break until 12 p.m. Ukrainian time. So we have a question from Andrei Savin. Andrei Ivanovich, could you please ask question?
Thank you for this opportunity to ask a question. Can you hear me? Can you
Yes,
hear
we can hear
English
you.
translation?
Yes.
As to the latest presentation by Mr. McCabe, perhaps it's not a question, perhaps it is a comment or part of discussion. It's quite clear that all the nuclear power plants were designed in the United States, in Ukraine, in France, without any possibility to use artillery or multi-launching systems to defend them. And the only way to prevent these attacks is to have a joint agreement that there will be no military attacks. But when we have faced this situation with this full-scale invasion and what we observe now in Israel, they suggest that there might be additional threats, not only tanks, not only artillery, but, for example, drones or something else, some other types of UAVs or something which may cross the border and attack a nuclear power plant from air. Perhaps this suggests that we have to think further about such threats and decide whether it is possible to prevent a penetration of UAVs, drones, on the territory of a nuclear power plant due to the methods of radio anti-radio warfare, for example, that is to prevent drones from entering over the territory of nuclear power plant. Whether it is possible or that Delta plane, which was used in Israel in October for attack, how can we prevent those flying objects from entering into the airspace over nuclear power plants, because this creates huge threat for the nuclear installations. This was my first remark. And the second remark, having heard about the most critical aspects like energy supply to nuclear power plant, prevention of the emissions of radioactivity. This is the to-do list, which is not exhaustive, which means that we have to think about these things continuously and keep in mind many aspects. For example, cooling systems. Cooling systems might be different, and they may include some cooling pools, or when we think about powerful cooling system for a nuclear unit, that may require one thing. But additionally, the cooling systems are required for another protection systems of the nuclear unit. And this is a quite specific issue, and we need to think how to protect those cooling systems from drones. For example, the sparkling pool or the sparkling basin. This is an open pool which may be subject to drone attack, for example, or alternatively, for example, pumping stations. For cooling, pumping stations are critical, and for fire extinguishing pumping stations are very important. So we have to think how to protect that equipment. And Mr. Shenderovich, who asked the first question, is much more familiar about that equipment, and he can confirm that actually, in terms of cooling stations, we are now looking at Zaporizhia. We find ourselves in a situation similar to Fukushima, when after Fukushima accident, we had to learn lessons, had to analyze what degree of ruination was survived, and how it was possible, or it is possible to prevent that in future. The same will be true about Zaporizhia nuclear power plant. We have to learn lessons from that occupation and to strengthen protection for the future. I have to apologize for a long speech. Thank you.
Andrei Ivanovich, thank you for your comment. It is very value for our conference and for our foreigner expert, because we are here, have better experience with such kind of sad situation. Right now, I have to give some word for Viktor Shenderovich, just for a few words, because we need to go for the break for our translator. Viktor, please, a few words. The floor is yours. Please connect Viktor Shenderovich.
I would like to continue what Andrei mentioned, but I do not wish to go very much in detail which systems of nuclear power plants should be protected. I would like to say just general things. Of course, the situation with Fukushima and the situation with Zaporizhia, they are very much different, because in Fukushima, it is quite clear that it was a natural disaster, and now we can predict years. This brings me to conclusion that for each nuclear power plant, we need to project the possible military threats and then develop any measure, develop all possible measures against each type of military threat. That is to make a spectrum, a list of different scenarios of counteraction, and in case of each threat, and to decide from our point of view which situation would be critically safe for the nuclear power unit in case of any scenario of military aggression. So we have to develop proper procedures in a form of instructions for the personnel, because when a threat of military occupation or military actions in nuclear power plant becomes a reality, then the personnel of this nuclear power plant should know how to act. In Ukraine, unfortunately, this military threat remains, and we cannot predict for how long it will remain in place. Then we should hope that international agency, perhaps he means EIA, has to develop proper procedures and maybe organize at the international level these procedures. Although we have all the international conventions in place which had to prevent occupation of nuclear power plant in Ukraine, but this suggests that we need to have some mechanism, like not only conventions but sanctions or whatever, which will deter and prevent military aggressors from such actions in future.
Thank you so much for your comment. Thank you. And my duty is to say a break, time break until 12 p.m. Ukrainian time. So thank you, my colleagues. Thank you, Ali. Thank you, colleagues from abroad, for everything. Good luck and see you, everybody, at 12 p.m.
Thank you, Maxim. See you.
Okay, dear colleagues, I believe that everybody had a chance to recharge your batteries. And this short break give you opportunity to be recharged, to refill. But we have to go back to our conference, and we start this new session with our good friends, very long friends and supporters of Ukraine, Chernobyl, Clear Future Fund. So I saw that Eric is here. So Eric, first of all, let me introduce our friend and supporter, Clear Future Fund, and his head, Eric Kambarian. Just few words, Eric and his fund supported Chernobyl for a long period of time, and just after the war in Ukraine, he was immediately support us, and we are really thanks for everything that he and his organization do for us. So I give a floor to Eric, and he will explain better than me. So Eric, the floor is yours. Please start. Thank you, Eric. Thank you, Eric, so much for all your help and for all your efforts. For our foreigner participants, it's usually very difficult to donate to Ukrainian authorities or to Ukrainian organizations. That is why there is one of the option how you're able to donate for Slavutich and for Chernobyl problems. You could do it through the foundation, charitable foundation of Clear Future Fund. And please contact directly Eric because all money that you collect for Chernobyl, it's absolutely transferred here for the use in recovery of Chernobyl and Chernobyl associated issues. Again, Eric, thank you so much for all efforts that you apply for us. And right now, I would like to give the floor for Valery Korshunov. Valery, you should be with us. I don't see you yet. Valery Korshunov. Okay, so Valery Korshunov is with us. So the next report will be done by Valery, and his report will be overcoming the challenges of the global change presentation of Continuum project. So Valery, please, the floor is yours. Please share your presentation and start activities. Start your report. Okay, so until Valery is connecting, I just remind you that we are not collecting fees for the conference, but we are collecting donation, and all your donations will be spent for some local recovery project already explained by Arina on our working session. So you could do it for foreigners. Please do it through the Clean Future Fund. I will on the conference chat there is a link to the Clear Future Fund, and if you are from Ukraine, you may send your donations directly to the charitable foundation Help Slavutich in UA. And you have all references for your donation in our conference chat. Valery, are you ready?
I need a minute. Can you give me the right to share my screen? Yes, you have. Thank you. 1 second.
Okay. Valery, if you need extra time, maybe we will switch to the next presentation by Alexey Kurmans, and after that we will connect you with your presentation. Is it okay? Okay, very well.
Чудово.
So the floor is yours, Valery.
Слово Валерію. I'm happy to see you, colleagues. It's a pleasure to see people I know, to see new faces. The topics which we discussed today are very topical, and unfortunately, probably in the future will be also topical. I would like to present the international project Continuum, which is developed by our NGO together with the partners from Czech Republic and Cyprus. We implemented with the support of the European Commission. Its main objective is to provide the answer via art to the problems of global changes taking place. As the project was planned before the full-scale invasion, but all these problems were mentioned much before. It was about climate changes, and we see now even, for example, the farmers who are in Europe, not just in Poland, but in many other countries, there are some problems. The farmers react to laws which were passed many years ago. They were passed as part of the program European Green Deal. That's the answer of European Union to climate changes. We understand when we need to move forward. It was the program till 2050, and there was the refusal from some technological solutions. It was about the switch to green energy. And from the beginning of full-scale invasion, the project was transformed, and a lot of money that were planned to implement European Green Deal. This money were basically spent to help Ukraine, and we can understand that the beginning of war and all the decisions made by Russia lead to the situation that the world, not just Europe, but the whole world refuses from full-scale switch to green technology, and our children will be paying for that in the future. Now, talking about our project, our experience, I have a brief presentation of what we've been doing. Our activity is a cultural, social project. We worked with Chernobyl, and it was dedicated to environmental issues. At the Venice Biennale, we presented one of the projects, and that is the project of virtual reality, which tells about the first day of full-scale invasion to Ukraine. We were using 3D scanned technology, the recordings of the survivors of the occupation. Before that, we were working on one of the projects in Chernobyl. And these are different projects which are about modern video art in Ukraine. This hasn't been very popular before because Ukraine got stuck in the 90s, talking about culture. But then basically young artists, our young artists are in Venice now, and we will be telling about them, and it's also part of the project. Besides the art project, we had some social projects. That's an exhibition dedicated to Chernobyl in 2019. And it was installed in the railway station in Kiev. We had artists from Spain, from Taiwan, and we are cooperating with them even now. We had a virtual art show on Chernobyl, and there are new art projects in virtual reality. Projects were presented in virtual reality. Then there was a project, The Sounds of Chernobyl, where the artists from Chernobyl area were basically making some works. There was also a project, Kiev Whale, that's environmental project. For about a year, we were talking to young people, we were sorting the waste, and out of the waste, we made the sculpture of a whale. It had some lighting, and the project was designed during the fire of 2020, which happened in Chernobyl. And at that time, maybe you remember this clip about contamination became very popular, and we got this idea then to implement this project. There are some of the shows in Kiev, and that's our media art that was made with the support of the Spanish Embassy, international donors. And then in 2022, we developed the project even during blackouts. In New Year, we presented the program in Spain, in Valencia, and in autumn we organized a big exhibition in the Museum of History in Kiev, which was attended by more than 5,000 people at that time. Allowed the museum would be closed, and it was difficult to calculate how many people attended it. But even during the war, during blackouts, the people are interested in very interesting cultural product. Also, there was an exhibition how Russian propaganda works. It was organized in mobile application. The presentation on the metro Golden Gate, and then it was presented in schools and galleries in many places. In fact, until the end of autumn last year, this exhibition was shown, and now we think about how to change it, but it has some unique feature. First, you need to have a special application, then you have to print out the posters. We printed out posters and gave them to schools. It was very important, especially for schools which are close to the front line. But for them to print out posters is very difficult, because the director says that you have to do it for your money, so the donors helped us do it. And this exhibition, based on the information from teachers, was attended by more than 20,000 children. That's minimum number. Maybe we believe there were up to 50,000 children who attended the exhibition. And it all was developed 2 years ago or 3 years ago. We were developing Chernobyl application, and that's where we had this exhibition about Chernobyl. During the large-scale invasion, we had this exhibition in 500 protection. We can expand it, but we can do something. There are some videos here that our social project, that's participation in the new school, and some of the social projects which we had in parallel. Also, we became an information resource during the large-scale invasion. And we, the coverage, sometimes we had more than 5 million people visiting our Facebook page. We would see the contact of the experts in nuclear energy issues. There were many questions related to occupation of Zaporizhia city. So we believe that we will continue to work on these issues. The focus of attention is now somewhat different. We need to understand that it's not a sprint, but it's marathon, and we need to go back to some sustainable activity. When it comes, when we are talking about NGOs, that the general trend now, everyone is trying to focus the project not for 2-3 months, but to launch a project for this year's Chernobyl Forum. We organized it in 2021, 4 months before the full-scale invasion. It was a 5-day forum, and we were planning to organize it this year because we do it, we usually are doing it once every 2 years, but now it will be once every 3 years. This is international project, and that's its first stage where we are talking about nuclear countries, ecocide, and we invite researchers and artists so that together they can find some new solutions. And the partner of our festival is Ars Electronica. It's a powerful festival of the international level. And they work combining science and arts. They operate with the support of the Links Institute from Austria, and they are always open to new problems, and they always suggest some very interesting solutions to overcome the problem. And this is not about festival, but still I would like to remind you that in 1996, the technology was presented where the monitor was placed on a sun manipulator, and in the monitor you could see as if there is someone standing on a table, but the table was empty. Now, that looks very interesting because, in fact, there was a concept suggested of the virtual reality, which we later had in our smartphones and our notepads, and very often, well, we are trying to invite artists to find some new solutions which could be offered to the society. The topic of ecocide isn't mentioned a lot in Ukraine. Abroad, they're talking about that more. It's important because we understand how environment is important for us. And I believe Ukraine should strengthen its work on in this direction, because this is something which is beyond the politics. And when you are talking about ecocide, people don't have any arguments against. We will present some of the projects which are working in this direction, and we are happy that that's happening. We will be helping to promote it as well. We have developed the user experience design that is planning the space in the exhibitions, in the art shows. That's important to plan different types of projects and art projects related to environmental issues. As I mentioned, it's about how to present the history. And for example, some infographics that we developed, some are from the internet, and this describes how you can present information about art projects. And here I would like to advise you to concentrate on how to correctly present your own project, especially if it's dedicated to very important topic, like our project is dedicated to ecocide. And like in our case, this is not just about consequences for some territory, but that's the general issue about what we leave ourselves, what we leave for our children when technologies develop, and do we need it, and what would be the consequences for nature. Such companies as Tesla, and they are very popular, and they're doing a lot because they understand that electric vehicles are not so harmful for environment. That's the general concept supported by all people, and it would be great if Ukrainians in their projects strengthen this message.
Also, we are going to present a project, Energy, from a French artist, and this is a new approach, new vision of the nuclear energy. And despite that, the fact that nuclear energy in the green transition strategy in Europe is shown as a green technology, green energy technology, many artists and many people at large, they continue to look at the nuclear energy as something dangerous and ostracize it. And this project is aimed at bringing nuclear energy closer to broad public, to show that this is that it has very positive features, to show nuclear power plants as art objects, which will allow to overcome fear against nuclear power plants, and to bring to nuclear energy those people who do not trust it and who are concerned about it, and to present nuclear energy as necessary element of our lives. The second project is called All Unsaved Progress, весь незбережений неубезпечений поступ, так би це можна перекласти. And this is like a story of one woman. It shows reality in artistic vision. Within 15 minutes, spectacular will hear a story of a woman who resided in Pripyat city, close to nuclear power plant, and then there is a story of that woman, and what we show on the screen as a show looks quite peaceful, but the story to which you listen when looking at this changing video row, it is very much different. It is in contrast with the visual row, and actually technologies is not about bringing in something extremely complicated. It's about using simple things to create strong messages. Also, we would like to, we supported a film by Metro Hrishko Divya, which showed ecocide in Ukraine. This is quite a meditative video. He managed to bring together all the environmental issues of our concern, and he managed to show very distinctively why the war is terrible, and terrible to nature and to environment, and why it should not be allowed to happen in general. This is in the exhibition Chernobyl at War, Nuclear Terrorism. It was implemented and exhibited in the city of Kyiv premises. And when we hear a question, what's going on in Chernobyl, how it was impacted by the occupation, this was a good response to that question. I think that was an important story, Chernobyl in general, and the story of its occupation. So the disaster itself, the treatment of this zone, its reconciliation, and later the second act of that tragedy when the area was occupied, and now we need to remediate this area once again. I think that this is a powerful message from history to us, and I think that exhibition proved to be very successful because many good professionals contributed to it. They managed to produce a strong message within artistic means, historic messages. Thank you for this opportunity to speak at this international conference, and I would like to say that we are always happy to support artistic projects, and we'll be happy to welcome new artists in our Continuum project, and I encourage many artists who would like to know more about peaceful atom, about those who would like to know more about this our project Continuum, and would like to contribute to the nuclear topicality. So I encourage them to approach to us. And I encourage to approach to us not only artists, but also journalists. These days I had seen a series of publications about Chernobyl in mass media, and I should say that many of them contain mistakes, and they suggest that journalists need consultation, need explanation from experts, and I encourage them to come to us. With this, I wish you a good day, and thank you for this opportunity. It's my pleasure to give the floor to the next speaker. Good afternoon. Can you hear me? We almost cannot hear him. I am Alex Kurmas. As of today, we had an idea about Chernobyl disaster. What has happened what happened recently in Chernobyl, when on February 24th, an attack on Ukraine, full-scale invasion started. We immediately began to collect data about what was happening in Chernobyl. On February 24th, the Russian troops entered the territory of Chernobyl exclusion zone, and we did our best to collect the materials. And perhaps you know that at that time there was a huge amount of rumors on uncertain information. As historians, we have to double check all the information which arrives to us, but at the beginning it was not quite possible to do this. And later we had opened an exhibition and on that exhibition we showed the chronological order of the events and what was happening day after day. At the beginning, we tried to show what was happening in Ukraine to the nuclear objects in general. We wanted to show not only the occupation of Chernobyl nuclear power plant, we wanted to show the passage of missiles over nuclear objects and when they exploded on the territory or in vicinity of nuclear power objects, etc. And having opened that exhibition, we described the course of occupation, and very soon Ukraine as a state had put forward the claim against Russian Federation in state terrorism. A key part of our exhibition in the museum became a map of plutonium contamination of Chernobyl area. After 34 years after disaster, we can tell that cesium and strontium had lost the harmful power, but plutonium still remains the problem and is very harmful for human health because it's a period of semi split amounts to 6,000 years. That's why we used that map with radioactive plutonium contamination as a background for all our exhibition to what was happening in the Chernobyl when the information was spread after occupation that the radiation was radiation threat was insignificant in Chernobyl. Partially that was true about strontium, but it was not true about plutonium. And we know that plutonium can penetrate into sand layers of soil and then stay in a soil at a depth between 15 and 50 centimeters. That the table shows that elements which in theory could be emitted to environment from the ruined unit number 4. And there is one more element, americium 43, which is very, very bad. Americium 243 does not exist as a natural element in nature. It is created artificially after a split of strontium and uranium, and when it penetrates into water, it becomes very toxic. And americium appears in the same locations where plutonium, radioactive plutonium could be found. So when the Russian troops entered Chernobyl exclusion zone, they moved on very heavy military equipment, on tanks and armored vehicles, which were very heavy, and that disturbed the upper layers of soil and brought to the surface such radioactive elements as plutonium and americium. This ruined upper layer of soil immediately increased the radio emissions in the Chernobyl zone. Besides that, the nuclear power plant itself was occupied nuclear waste storages, nuclear waste storage 1 and nuclear waste storage 2, and the new safe confinement were occupied. That again created a danger of the new disaster similar to 1957 Ishtim disaster, when in result of disaster happened, damage to a cooling system, and first electricity, which stops the pumps, water pumps, and the cooling system of the whole nuclear power plant cooling system happened, and so the generators which produce electricity for pumps for cooling stations in Chernobyl and there was a big danger if cooling system would be stopped. So the Russians had realized that and started to supply fuel for that electricity generators producing electricity for pumps. What was the biggest problem for us? That the whole system of monitoring for at the station was disconnected. And as of today, we have very concerning data that in Chernobyl, exclusive zone, Russian military aircrafts had their trainings over the territory of exclusive zone, preparing themselves to repeal attacks of Ukrainian air system, and that resulted in vibration of the entire facility of nuclear power plant, confinement, etc. Then we observed sports on the way of on the route of Russian military within Chernobyl exclusive zone. And then later Russians started to dig trenches around nuclear power plant, and due to that silly action, again, the layers of soil which contain a lot of radioactive elements in them, they were disturbed, they were brought into surface from under the surface, and now we have some places which are contaminated with radioactive elements. Additionally, when they started to dig into soil, they ruined the process of radionuclide journey into the depths of soil. So here on the map, you see where they were deployed, not far from Yanev village. But furthermore, at that time, we managed to connect to the monitoring systems established by NASA. This was NASA FIRMS system, Fire Information for Resource Management System. And that system signaled about increased level of radiation in exclusion zone, and it more than 22 hectares of forest were burnt in the Chernobyl area during occupation, and ignitions happened very close to the nuclear power plant, and that again promoted increase in radiation level. And all the experts know that there is a horizontal migration of radionuclides, and the hottest is the fire in epicenter of forest fire. The biggest probability that radioactive particles will migrate at a long distances over thousands of kilometers. Also, a very bad consequence was that the Chernobyl exclusive zone was considered by the military as a combat area, and they installed mines around the entire territory of Chernobyl, exclusive zones. And here you see special equipment, so-called sleeves for demining. But again, when we use them and when we destroy mines, there is again an outburst of the radionuclear dust into atmosphere. Here you also see a fire extinguishing car which approached very close to that forest fires, and equipment of firefighters who did that. Unexpected thing, negatively unexpected thing, that all the laboratories in Chernobyl Eco Center suffered from almost total destruction. This was a special laboratory which analyzed the radioactive waste, and actually they released all the samples which were equal to 8 kilograms of radioactive waste. And they did that without any PPE, without any security measures. What we know that those military who were later, Russian military who were later evacuated from Chernobyl, they found themselves in Gomel, in a radioactive center in Gomel, but we do not know what happened later to them. And all those negative things that happened in the occupied Chernobyl nuclear power plant were presented at this our exhibition in our museum, and they were illustrated among others with the materials that we received from Russian sources, from Zvezda TV channel, and from the stories of military correspondents who worked in the Chernobyl NPP in course of occupation. So, and our exhibition had one interesting extension of all the materials presented at that exhibition. They had numbers, and these numbers are later became parts of website, and these are references, these numbers are references to websites from which we had taken information, and all the exhibition visitors, they had this opportunity to upload this number, to follow it, to follow the link, and to investigate further. As of today, we are turning all that bulk of information into a database united with the same topic. Later, we started to collect the same materials about Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant, and we follow what is going on in Zaporizhzhia in Russian sources. Unfortunately, the plant remain under occupation, and we continue to collect all the evidence, all the information about it. And Zaporizhzhia exhibition became so big that we had not enough premises for exhibiting, and we had to close it. And we hope to continue it in the nearest future with a higher level of collected analysis and materials. We all hope today that Chernobyl nuclear power plant, which became the center of global attention twice during recent history, that it will not become the object of negative attention once again. Do you have any questions? Yes, thank you very much for your presentation. Could you describe response, feedback that you received, reaction from the attendance of this exhibition? We offered sightseeing tours, and we had discovered that people forget very quickly the nearest past. So when we started offering sightseeing tours, we found that people very quickly forgot what was going on at the beginning of occupation. So reactions were quite different, but our main objective was to tell, not just to tell about the events, not just to tell a story, but also to provide recommendations for the future.
We wanted people to get understanding. It's the thing which was happening in 1986 when people were talking about the possibility of explosion in Kiev. People knew that they will get some assistance. It's important so that people understand what radiation is and what it could lead to. The reaction was positive. We had many people who survived the occupation of Chernobyl, and there were some programs broadcast. Well, basically, they had the maps, the photographs, and everything about these events. There were people who left Energodar and the Parisian PP. It was unexpected for them. They realized all the events which took place, and for them, these were certain triggers that would return them to understanding of what happened, we would like to say that this exhibition gave a certain impetus. And I hope you showed the exhibition about occupation of the zone. It's statical, but this exhibition was dynamic. When something would happen, we would put make a new line, we would put a point, and I hope that your exhibition, which is static, which is post-event exhibition, I hope that it will be not like we had dynamic one, so that all these events become history. Also, there are some questions asked. The question, what new technical means that you would like to use? There might be some assistance for you provided. This exhibition was small in size. You saw that. And these are just the capacities of the museum. Such exhibition should be very big because number of events, number of characters, the number of exploitations which should be there, they require big premises. But technically, the main thing for us is to involve a person, to involve people into investigating the event. The photographs, they are not really providing us all the understanding. When we see the photograph, we cannot always understand how close this event is to us. And I believe that linking it to the location would provide a better understanding about what happened in Chernobyl exclusion zone. During the month, it was on occupation. Yes, these could be some models, visualization that would help geographically to understand where it happened. For example, when we would take this plutonium map, we showed people were understanding, here's Chernobyl and PP, here's the laboratory, and the system of monitoring at Chernobyl and PP was damaged here. And people would understand where these things were. But today, if you Google the word Chernobyl, Google will show you Pripyat, the town of Pripyat, not Chernobyl. Or maybe will show you the Chernobyl and PP, but not the city of Chernobyl. When we allow a person to geographically get oriented, the person understands better and more. Okay, thank you. Thank you so much for what you've done. And I hope that we'll see it soon in a bigger format with your assistance, of course. Thank you. The next speaker is Vitaly Yankovy, and I worked with him at the exhibition. He'll be talking about biodiversity at the edge of war, non-human perspectives of devastation and migration. And this exhibition is closer to art than to the science. So please keep it in mind. But the cultural rethinking helps us a lot to understand the information better. And it opens senses, the human senses. So basically, we have so many problems. The previous COVID and then full-scale invasion and ecocide, and we don't know what will happen next. We need to think about these things, I would like to give the floor to Vitaly. He thinks my question is, should I speak Ukrainian or English? Any language? In Zoom, select the channel. If you make your presentation in English, select English. There's a globe. If you speak Ukrainian, select the language which you will be speaking. If it's Ukrainian, select Ukrainian.
So I shifted into English. It's
Yeah.
okay. So I will share my screen.
So we see your screen. It's okay.
So hello once more. You hear me well, yes?
Yes, we hear you well on English channel. No problem.
My name is Vitaly Yankovy. I'm a visual artist, and I also work with
Recording in progress.
I'm interested in hybrid landscapes and non-human studies, dark ontologies, and my presentation will be somehow a mix of artist talk, and I will show some of my recent related works and some very quick review of theories that I work with that are connected with interaction with non-human species and landscapes. And first part of my presentation is connected with industrial interventions into landscapes. And here I want to refer to a term invented by Tim Ingold, who one of developers of a term landscape in art theory, and he uses a term taskscape to explain all set of actions by different agents in landscape. And according to Ingold, every landscape have temporality, time of processes that happening, and also all actors who somehow participate in actions in the landscape, they have their own interests, their own worlds, and landscape, as we see, is not something isolated, is always a set of actions. And Tim Ingold was a person who tried to renew this understanding of landscape as a complicated phenomena, which of course highly influenced by commercial culture, by industrial activity, and also it affects non-human species that have their own taskscapes in this setting. One of sphere of my interest is circulation of metal in environment, starting from excavation to production of assets, then production of machines, devices, and then how these devices, machines turn back into landscape. And considering military economy as essential part of industrial production, we can also see how circulation of metal, also it's very complicated set of metals and spare parts, how this circulation function when we speak about utilitarian industrial production and also about military industrial production. And also it becomes even more complicated when we deal with non-stable elements like assets connected with nuclear power plant, which highly complicated to work with when they return back to the landscape. And in his short essay of 2018, Mirko Nikolic points that actually even we live in a post-digital era. Metal ages have never ended, and we still deal with this analog part of technology. We still deal with excavation, have conflicts around resources, and also huge problems how to rework these leftovers of industrial production. And first video work that I will show just a short excerpt of it. It was done a year ago under a program from Kyiv Biennial War and Ecology in Ukraine. And it's video work when we spectate leftovers of industrial production and also leftovers of military production that stayed in landscape from perspective of a rat. And this work is a lot about search of a language, how we can understand this perception of non-humans, how they navigate around leftovers of human industry, of processes that can be called with this umbrella term Anthropocene. And I will show a short excerpt so you will see more or less. Yeah, so this work a lot about navigating in a landscape and problems of understanding a language of non-humans. And also important part in ecology-related art theory is the questions of mutation and adaptation, and it's connected with processes when living creatures and also like non-living creatures like stones, they have to adapt to new environmental conditions, develop some new qualities, and at the end learn how to live on ruins in a way. And so there is this idea of unathing of kind of positive mutations that build some new qualities, and through which also humans and non-humans can find some way to adapt to realities that they never faced before, and that they're not prepared by instincts to live in. And also I work a lot with soundscapes, and for me it's important how to catch this sound of contaminated landscape. Also, when we speak about non-humans, it's very problematic actually to understand, for example, how rats in the context of previous work hear sounds, because on the left you see a diagram. It's from scientific experiments where rats listened to music. Actually, it was set of pop music of different BPM, and through this experiment, it was figure out more or less how they react on different type of music. But also this approach, like give a rat to listen music that humans listen. It's also this tricky part in non-human studies that at the end we try to find in non-human something that very human actually. And to the right, it's also some set of texts from research for previous work about circulation of metal, and also this sonification of complicated metals that stay in the landscape. So second chapter is questions of biodiversity. Again, there is a set of books by Timothy Morton. One of them literally called How to be Ecological. And also this branch of studies which called by this umbrella term dark ecology. It's a very speculative practice because actually we don't know how exact be ecological, because landscape is too complicated. There's too much things happening, and also what means solidarity with non-humans, how to find a way to coexist which will be profitable for both. And for me, it's a lot about question of balancing and taking into account as much interest of different actors in the landscape as possible. And like recent book of Timothy Morton, Solidarity with Non-Humans, a lot about this problematic of searching something in common and prioritization of somebody's agency in a landscape, and also processes of industrial production and also agriculture set some regime of interaction with non-human species, with the landscape, when landscape become functional, something that helps to multiply income, and also agricultural shift set this specific use of animals in agriculture production. And it's also what mean to be ecological now is highly questionable. This work from last year was done in Bucharest. I live now in Bucharest. I'm originally from Ukraine, and a set of main urban problems in post-communist countries is very close. Actually, of course, it can't be comparable with what's happening in Ukraine right now. It's like next level of problems, which extremely even complicated to describe in words. And this work was done around one of the biggest synthetic lakes in Bucharest. It's a huge concrete reservoir which serves as canal system for the whole city. And the thing is, this lake is fully artificial. It's just concrete and water. And through years, living creatures have to adapt to this environment. Also, some plants grow there, and birds learn how to search food in this very specific location, which is very synthetic and very rough in a way. And this is part of the work related to this lake, replica of concrete block made like biomorphic object, like biomorphic creature with text, question of biodiversity. Last year in my home city in Ukraine, in Vinnytsia, was done pretty decent ecological research of riverbank. It's a big project that also my friends who architects and work with city projects, they do it for 5+ years. And it was something very unusual that in a time of war, they managed to make pretty decent research, which shows that people care from one side, and from other side, it's extremely complicated to calculate all complexity of environmental issues in even if it's a context only one river, not small river, but it's only in one city, and it's a process that needs like a lot of years and a lot of details and calculations, and so now it's more like utopia maybe, but anyway, I'm very happy that these processes happen in Ukraine, even in times when where we live now. Second short excerpt from video. It's also this work around lake in Bucharest, like which actually a concrete reservoir, and it's a speculative video when I constructed this giant water snail, which moves on a video, and I asked the performer to develop moves how you can pet these creatures that involved in this pretty extreme conditions. And it's also this question that from one side, living creatures can adapt to live on ruins, and we also have to adapt how to coexist with these creatures which grow new qualities. And a final part of my presentation called How to Understand the Aliens. And it will be about some key problems in communication with non-humans. And usually this search of intelligence in non-humans, aliens, whatever, means that we still search for signs of traces of human intelligence or something understandable for us. Then if we see this, we can identify something as intelligence. And also there is an ontological question, what is intelligence and how to describe it. And there is a pretty interesting text from Marvin Minsky, who was a theorist of predictive language and one of the pioneers of artificial intelligence theory. And he describes that every intelligence develop a symbol system for certain type of representations, and if the symbol systems doesn't match, so communication just can't happen, because we don't have a ground for this communication. And for me, works related with this search of communication with non-humans and a way to understand them is always about that thing that for whom we do this work at the end, and how to communicate with non-humans through culture, because culture is very human thing in a way. And so this text, Communication with Alien Intelligence, is very old and from 1895, but still a set of questions, how to identify intelligence and how we know that something is intelligent and how to interact with it. It's still open and not solved. And also he writes about how this symbol system logic evolves. It evolves through evolution, through a set of accidents, and this can cause some cultural problems even between humans, and when it comes into communication with non-human agents, because they have very different way of evolving their language, communication cannot happen. And I want to show you last short excerpt. It's a work from 2022. I did it in Romania, in a rural village of Shona in Transylvania, and it's a video performance where I composed spoken word texts and some short music pieces on flute, and performed it for storks that live in that village. And on first glance, this work can look cute and funny, but at some moment you see this gap in communication. And for me, it's a pretty interesting example how interact with non-humans, with birds in this case, through culture, but we don't know actually how they perceive this process, if they like it or not in general. And during these actions, birds actually react in a way, but we don't know actually how they perceive this process. So it also creates a situation that communicating with non-humans through culture in the most part, we do it for ourselves and
приносиш
communicate
літо
with
на чорно-білих
ourselves
крилах.
in a usual
Ти
way.
лякаєш жаб, вужів та злих людей своїм поглядом. Лелеко, лелеко, залишайся надовше. Пролонгуй літо стукотом дзьоба. Тримай сонце в дзьобі, як тарілку з картин Штефана Крильці. Збирай на лузі великі букети трав, стукайся до людей, не будь таким зверхнім. Не жалкуй про яйця, що випали з гнізда. Лелеко, лелеко, залишайся надовше. Пролонгуй літо стукотом дзьоба.
And last part of my presentation is about connection in logic of migration of humans and non-humans, and so this some short excerpts from a work that I develop now, and it's connected with logic of decision to change place, and how migration processes in time of war can be connected with migration logic of birds, and especially with migration logic of birds whose natural environment been affected by war, and it gives some additional parameters for them to change their living place, and it's also about search of common things and different things in human gaze and bird gaze, and also search for some priorities in factors that lead humans and non-humans to change their natural environment. Yes, so thanks for attention. I think I finished in time, I hope.
Yes, so thank you so much. Yeah, maybe someone have questions. Okay, so I will have one question for you. Can you describe, maybe propose some kind of the art project or some one kind of maybe of art medium that will help to represent the fear? Oh, yeah, thank you so much. The fear of the people in the front of the nuclear energy, and after that we have occupation of the Chernobyl and occupation of the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant.
Actually, I worked like some years ago with visualization of emotional spectrums, also fear, and I think it's need to be something like visually intense, also in terms of sound, and I think it's can be maybe like digital objects, very weird, complicated, with complicated soundscape, and it's something that more like a dream, something immersive. I think this this branch of instrument can work very well with connecting to this feeling of fear, and understand what is fear, what you're actually scared of. And again, in terms of what's happening now in Ukraine, I don't think that any art medium can describe this type of fear. I think it's not impossible. So what we do is we more like produce metaphors and try to escape actually from reality and create some safe space when reality seems controlled and understandable when it's not.
I think we as you right say, we cannot really describe this type of feelings and be present in this situation anyway. But also it's normal, it's okay, because the real we do not want to fear the for the visitor exhibition, right, or something like that. So because we want to represent the feeling of the people, maybe for uncertainty or something like that. Because
it's also can help to structure this fear and to understand what you're scared of. It's very close actually to sort of like therapy practices in a way.
Yeah. So what you present, so you think it will be good to use the audio, right? Some kind of the audio with in the dream style or something like that, right?
Yes. I think in terms of describing very complicated emotions, soundscape work very well because it's something ephemeral, something that perceived by intuition, and something that help you to concentrate on your own thoughts. And I think in terms of working with emotions, sound works and music also, it's a very good instrument, and it definitely work in this direction.
Okay. Thank you so much for your presentation.
Thanks for attention.
Yeah. And as you know, now we have like a little pause on the conference. It will be till 1 p.m. So we have like a 20 minutes. And after that, we can go back. We will happy to see you to join to the next participant and hear the next presentation. See you soon.
Continue.
Нас час
Валерій?
продовжувати. Валерій.
Valery Korshunov, are you with us? Mhm. So please invite for the next report
Запрошуйте.
your team.
Okay, так, 1 minute. Так, the next report is guys from Ukraine. It's a modern artist, Andrei Rychkovsky, Andrei Rachinsky. Also, he have a partnership with Daniil. The guys are really well known. It's a modern artist. As I said before, they have a lot of exhibitions and exhibits in Ukraine and worldwide. Also, they was produced a few really interesting exhibits about ecology. One of them was presented on the Ars Electronica festivals a few years ago, and also was mentioned on this festival. This year, this project present on the Venice Biennale on Italy right now, on the pavilion that was organized by Pinchuk Art Center. So it's not like an official program, but it's an additional program of Ukrainian art. So we will have like a video. Guys not came by the live event, but send us a video, and also we will show you the video from this experience, this exhibit. And I will start. I also need to say that it's also like a progressive art, so it's everything okay. If you not really understand well, so but anyway, it's okay. Okay, so I will present like just the part of this video because it's like a mostly 10 minutes, and for installation of this experience we need like a 4 screen and 4 different video on this 4 screen. So I will just show a little bit, and after that run the video from the Andrei. Це одне відео, я не буду показувати всі, я не дуже певен, що буде сприйнято як супер належним чином, тому що ми зараз знаходимося все ж таки більше на
I-
конференції, а не на
I hope that this will be accepted by the audience, because the audience is quite different from what usually we have at the artistic exhibitions. This is an academic community.
так. І зараз я включаю відео, яке Андрій нам
And now
надіслав.
I'm
Так.
turning
Він
on
більше розповідає.
video, which was presented by Andriy.
Доброго дня. Мене звати Андрій
Good
Рижицький.
afternoon. I'm
Я
Andriy
родом з
Zhitsky.
Харкова. Ми
I'm
більше
from Kharkiv.
працюємо з моїм
We-
другом, парником
Been
Данилом
working together with
Дуже
my fellow mate artist.
у різних.
Unfortunately, the sound is disappeared and translation is impossible.
І багато іншого. Сьогодні я хочу
Today,
трохи розказати про
I would
наш
like to describe,
речки булькання, частину якого ви вже подивились.
our latest
Ця
work.
робота – це частина більшого проєкту,
It
який
is a part of a bigger project.
я
Unfortunately, the sound is of very bad quality and translation is impossible.
саме про хвостосховище. Це нібито декілька років назад, ще у
Several years ago,
20 ми разом з Данилом зробили в Пінчук арт-центрі в Києві нашу першу
Danila
виставку
and I,
хвостосховища. Це нібито музей людської
translation is
цивілізації,
not possible.
який показує
Sorry.
Sorry to interrupt you. It seems to me that you are selecting not right channel. It is impossible to translate what you are talking about. Could you please check your interpretation and select if you are speaking Ukrainian, please select Ukrainska. If you are speaking English, please select English.
Which those who show all those objects in the museum, they cannot describe how the humankind disappeared, but that exhibition was represented like one of the halls in the Museum of Humankind Civilization, which showed humankind at all stages of its existence, from the very ancient times up to the latest period. And it was presented in a form like extraterrestrial civilizations came to Earth and started to study disappeared humankind. They tried to understand what happened to that civilization, humankind civilization, how they influenced the environment, how they how many civilizations had existed in course of the humankind existence, and what resulted in the disappearance, extinction of the humankind. And in the context of that exhibition, that piece of video, which is consistent this project, which is called the Waste Warehouse. Waste Warehouse is a special storage for the storage of waste, industrial waste, and wanted to show responsibility of human beings. As I mentioned, the waste storage collects all the slugs, all the wastes, industrial wastes after production of ores, etc. And usually these are huge areas of land, and each such area is equal in size up to 5 or 6 football pitches, and all it looks like big terraces, and those terraces are made in human hands and with human hands, and when after production of ore, all that waste mixed with sand and water, they are brought into this industrial waste storages. Those industrial waste storages could accumulate for a long periods of time, and exist within hundreds of years. That very industrial waste storage, which we showed in our video fragment, was filmed in Kryvyi Rih, and because they have a lot of metallurgical access enterprises, and we have found one of such storages, industrial waste storage, and we came to closer to film it. Unlike big industrial production sites, which where some minerals are being produced, and then later, like for example sand or clay, later you may overflood it and turn it into artificial lake. But with these industrial waste storages, you cannot do this to them, so they will remain in the surface of the earth, and they will be seen from space. They will remain forever on the surface of the earth. In the film of hammering disputes and bubbling, we see two main heroes, two main characters. There's a local residents. They are hidden to this industrial waste storage. This video fragment comprises 4 different parts where we play as actors. And here we try the roles of the last residents on the earth, where we see where we pass by the industrially distorted natural landscape, the ores which made natural landscape looking unnaturally, that industrial waste storage, etc. And we combined that with the facts from the old Scythian times, like the bells of ancient Scythians. The second video fragment creates an atmosphere of underground cellar during the years of the Second World War. It reproduces the atmosphere of the Stalin's terror in all Stalin's times, and he decides to hide himself with the family in the underground bunkers in one of the Soviet plants, and to hide himself for several years. And there in that underground bunker, he writes a diary about himself, about his family, and everything that had been happening in the years of the Second World War, all the bombardments, the sounds, the bumping sounds, reproduced the signals of that engineer hiding in underground bunker. The latest video fragment describes a dispute which starts with a murmuring of people without any meaningful sound, and then it turns into pushes, and this demonstrates the dispute even up to the scale of quarreling, which may result in the destroyal of the total humankind. And the fourth story represents the same characters who had reached the top point of that tailing dump of that industrial waste storage. And when they use it, when they look at this tailing dump, they look at all that, and we describe the last years of humanity and describe them as the last residents, human residents on Earth, when the climate conditions had forced humanity to go up on top of the hill or hills, because the water became very high, and they had to climb onto hills and mountains, and residing on top of hills, they have to find potable water, and they started to construct to build up pumping stations for potable water, and we imitate such a potable water pumping station in one of our objects. When we recollect that our exhibition in Pinchuk are center, the industrial waste storage or tailing dump. So we first imitated the Scythian hill, which exists as a historic object in reality and is being preserved in one of our history museums. So we took pictures of that artifact and reproduced it. So we had no intention to deceive the spectators, vice versa. We tried to reproduce the historic truth. So so to say, so the image of that Scythian hill, it was exhibited against the wall. The second object was the invented diary of that engineer who hid himself in the bunker, in underground bunker during the years of the Second World War. And in order to create that image, we collected the features of many people who survived through the Second World War. So the second object was a diary of that engineer hiding himself in the underground bunkers. The third was a video fragment which described all the objects represented in the exhibition, and the fourth object was a sculpture 3 meters high. This was an iron object representing that imitation of a pumping station to pump out potable water for the extinguishing humanity, so to say, disappearing humanity. That project about industrial waste storage, about tailing dump, according to our idea, this was the first stage of our huge artistic project dedicated to the disappearance of humankind as a civilization. And we plan to develop this project future. And the second project was called the Tailing Dump Part 2, an engineer, and it was a story of that engineer who had been hiding himself in the underground bunker during the years of the Second World War. And this project was focused on protesting and actions of this person who protested with his life and at the same time tried to rescue human feelings. When we speak about that video fragment, hammering, disputing, and bubbling, these days it is being demonstrated at the Venice Biennale, and it is represented as part of Ukrainian exhibition. I think that we managed to catch rather picturesque landscapes. Thank you for your attention. Maybe a couple of words should be added about some other our projects about this our project of past humankind civilization. Danila and I have made a big project about tanks and tank battles. Having studied all those tank battles, we came to conclusion that along the borders of Ukraine, as we know them, as of 1991, the biggest number of tanks and armored vehicles were destroyed, and we felt it important to represent this story. We have collected a huge photo archive from different sources, and eventually we presented all that materials in a form of the lost and found archive, and the following project, which we are which is now shown in Kyiv in one of the galleries, is called Where the Night Goes, the Dream It Follows. This is about Russian missiles flying over Ukrainian territory these days. And it represents a fictional woman who allegedly worked in one of the enterprises which produced those missiles back in Soviet times and put some stamps on them when producing them. Then she became a pensioner and she had dreams that those missiles that she stamped with the quality mark, they came to back to back onto her roof and ruined her house. So that is what I wanted to say, presenting our art projects. Thank you for your attention. This was presentation by Andriy, who described the full project, part of which I tried to show you to you. This was environmental project dedicated to the topic of war. Our next presenter is Alexander Serata, whom I can see now. Can you hear me? In a moment, I will turn on the video, which is called Chernobyl 22. If I am not mistaken, that action was held 6 years ago. Can you see now? Can you see the video now?
Now you can hear me, right? Yes. What can I add to the video that you saw? I hope that you saw it better than I did. That is a video from our event that we started at the 10th anniversary of Chernobyl disaster. It started in Kiev. The group of enthusiasts got together here in the center of Kiev, and they lighted the candles in the format of a flash mob. And there were as many candles as were the years after the disaster. But after that, we started organizing it every year. Once and this event took place in Pripyat, and we were broadcasting it live. And starting from that, and that was at the 32nd anniversary. After that, this grew into a larger art project. And the last time we were doing it, and that was in Pripyat when it was 35th anniversary, that was a huge event, international event, that was probably the biggest that was taking place in exclusion zone. Valery Korshunov participated in it, Ivano-Frankivsk Drama Theatre, and many others. Now, talking about my presentation, I'm Alexander Sirota. I used to live in Pripyat. At the moment of Chernobyl disaster, I was almost 10 years old. And just like all people from that town, 38 years ago, I was evacuated for 3 days, they said, and it's clear that I didn't return home in 3 days, in 10 days, and I spent several years at hospitals. I saw my town only in my dreams, but that's another story. The main thing is, I found my way home, and the first time I went back in 1994, and I see among the participants the representatives of Slavutich community, and then I got to Pripyat thanks to one of very famous citizens of Slavutich, Alexander Demidov, and the TV of Slavutich. Then I was 16 years old, and my mother, Lyubov Sirota, the former colleague, requested them. They took me to Pripyat, they left me there, and they went to Chernobyl and PP. I spent several hours there. Most of the time I was just crying because it were my strongest impressions in life, and that changed everything for me. And that's when the stage in my life started, which was dedicated to the city, town of Pripyat in Chernobyl exclusion zone. Since then, since my first trip to the zone, 25 years passed, and I showed my town to dozens, thousands of people all over the world, thousands of journalists, hundreds of TV teams. I participated in creating dozens of documentaries about Chernobyl, and every time when I was showing the town of my childhood to other people, I was trying to do it via the prism of my own history, my own story. And I was requesting people to live in the future so that know that the towns or cities are left. In 2006, I together with the newspaper Literaturna Ukraine, we were collecting the signatures of our paper letter about creating the city of Pripyat, town of Pripyat into museum. As of February 2022, I was the chairman of the council and the main expert of Chernobyl project. I was the lead in the project of creating the war museum in Chernobyl too, and I had some secret place in Pripyat and Chernobyl, and I participated in many interesting projects, and one of them was the Sounds of Chernobyl, and also we drafted a very interesting document, the concept of the recommendations on development of exclusion zone for as of beginning of 2022. We were one step away from strategic changes in development of exclusion zone, and the zone had to become a museum. And parallel to that, I was working on my own projects. The latest one is the series of so-called live photographs, which use the augmented reality, and these are the photographs, the current photographs of Pripyat and some archive photographs and videos. And when we were combining that, thanks to the augmented reality, when you look at the photograph in a smartphone, it is becoming live, and the windows into the past of Pripyat are opened. The paper photograph become the time machine. We worked a lot with this archive. We had to find some interesting places which could be recognized, and the current photograph wasn't easy to do all that. For example, you see the video where there's the central entrance to the department store or the swimming pool. And now in Pripyat, you can make it only a photograph of bushes or trees. You had to go there at the time of the year when you could see something through the bushes and trees. I had time, I had inspiration, I wasn't in a hurry, I wanted to make more photographs, and I was delaying the final shooting, and I wanted to publish the photo book, but then you know what happened. It was beginning of 2022 when I started working on this project. We existed in absolutely different reality. The most awful thing that could happen to us was COVID. And during the online forum in the end of 2021, we were talking about cultural, historic heritage, about preserving the object in Chernobyl exclusion zone, that's the place of memory, the territory which hasn't just become recovered after Chernobyl disaster, but it has become a unique preserve, and it has become such, not because of the activities of people. And we didn't know then that all our ambitions, all our plans will be ruined. That there will be Russian soldiers in the red forest, and we didn't know that Chernobyl will be occupied, and the personnel will be made hostages, and we could not imagine that. some bushes of the berries will be destroyed by Russian tanks, and there will be the notices put near our house. It would say mines. One photograph made after the occupation of the territory was included into this photo book, and that is the photograph. And I put together this book in 2023. That's when I presented it in the National Museum of Chernobyl. Now this exhibition travels all over the world. It was shown. It's happening in Düsseldorf and the Chernobyl Museum. Also took it, I forgot where. Okay, that's not important. Why I am telling you that this project is based on archives. My photograph, that's something static to show how it looks like now. And in the archives, you can see the country which doesn't exist anymore. That's the country where I was born. And that country gave birth to Chernobyl in 1986. But then it disappeared because of that. And the same way the contemporary Russia gave birth to a new monster turning into ghosts of the Ukrainian cities. And because of that, it will disappear as well. And I'm sorry, I will send this presentation. It will disappear because like the world was fighting in 1986, same way people will be reacting now. So I will have new raspberry bushes in my garden, and the trenches in red forest will remind us of the orcs who invaded this territory. If you have any questions, I will answer them. Now I will send the video, and that is about our aero project. Yes, I sent it. It's just 1 minute presentation.
A time machine. Years ago, we saved and digitized the original, heavily damaged films that once recorded blossoming nuclear city. You will find this unique footage in this limited edition album. It is simple. You install an
Тоді я задам питання.
Okay, I will ask the question. You're welcome. Where have you presented this exhibition in Ukraine? I started working with augmented reality in 2018. When I saw this technology, I was shocked and I was surprised that it's used just for some graduation albums. And I saw that it could be used for our topic and it will help us a lot. And then I made two first albums, one about the fires in Chernobyl zone, and the second one inside Chernobyl, it's about the exclusion zone. And then it won the competition dedicated to the 30th anniversary of independence of Ukraine. The series of books published it, one of them was this book. And in 2020, I decided to work with this technology with archives. When I published this album, the National Museum of Chernobyl got interested in it, and the first exhibition was in 1921. After that, it was shown in Israel at the forum, some forum, I don't remember, sorry. Then the consulate office of Ukraine organized this project. Then it went to Dnipro. Now the National Museum of Chernobyl is showing it in Tehran. And now it's also shown in Düsseldorf in the Central Library. But my participation there is quite relative. I just provide some material, some advice, but it's all done by volunteers. The consulate offices help in different countries. And for me, it's quite strange that it lives its own life and I'm just observing it. I sent a brief video of what's happening in Düsseldorf. Well, if you can show it now. We don't hear. How many books were sold? No, I don't know. For example, how many of them were published. The National Institute of Book published them. I don't know even what the circulation was. And this album is in all the libraries of Ukraine. I don't know how many these are, several thousand. I never was trying to develop some commercial project that will be sold in shops. If you want, you can contact me and I will send it. It would be interesting to learn that I don't know. You haven't calculated how much this will cost. Do you know? I was making this album because I wanted to make it. First of all, I needed it. And I was sorry that I couldn't finish it the way I wanted. I hope that in the nearest future you'll have a new album about the occupation of Ukraine and Chernobyl. There will be a new book. And it will have new senses. Thank you. Thank you for your work. If you have any questions, you can ask them. Greetings to you. Greetings to the city of Slobodach. You'd ask questions, or we say goodbye to Sasha. Okay. Okay. Glory to Ukraine. Now, Dmytro Grishko, the director of documentary project Vivian. Dmytro will tell us about that. I announced it in the beginning, and I would like to say that I do hope that this project will be disseminated all over the world and will help Ukraine get further assistance so that people see what's happening in our country. Hello, hello. I'm glad to see you. I have a question. Can you show the video, trailer, or whatever? Yes, you have the video. You can demonstrate it. Okay. You can start talking, but then I'll tell you that it will be on. This is a documentary about large-scale invasion into the nature of Ukraine, and thanks to the armed forces, and because Kiev, Kharkiv regions are occupied. Well, when the territories in Kiev region, Kharkiv region, Donetsk, Lugansk, and others were occupied, we managed to film it. It's more like a film of observation. It's without any comments. It's a sort of a voyage over the body of the nature, and we show the wound on the body of nature of Ukraine. And our main target audience, these film festivals, but now we are working actively on it. We have good partners, we have funding, and we are working on the film. I believe in the end of the year we'll be able to present this film at some festival. We do it together with, in partnership with Poland, with the Netherlands. And in fact, we were planning to make such films before the large-scale invasion. We wanted to show what's the impact on the nature of Ukraine, but after the invasion, we decided to concentrate on the damage caused by the invasion, on how Russia's destroying nature, and we want to show nature of Ukraine and damage. And we compare what we had, what we lost, and we wanted the Ukrainians to know that I myself am from the west of Ukraine, from Transcarpathians, and understand that many Ukrainians do not understand what's the scale of damage and how much of nature we lost, how much wealth we lost. It's difficult to imagine it. Now our mentality works so that until the war is over, we are trying not to be too empathic, because it's difficult to realize all the tragedy of the reality. And we don't want to forget about human tragedy. Many people lost their houses, lost the dear ones, their relatives. And this topic, TV, is quite well covered by TV. We have this wonderful film. There's the film 28 Days of and many other films, but we decided to get focused on the nature and on what we lost in nature. I don't know, maybe you have some questions. And we can talk a lot. I am not an expert on environmental topics. I am looking at it as an artist, as the director, film director, and we just want to show how strong the film is, the movie is, and we want to show it to Ukrainians and to audience. Yes, you can show the teaser because you can talk a lot about the film, but sometimes it's better to see. And you put on the sound.
They are trying to share the sound. No sound. Again, no sound. Perhaps we will post the link on that in chat for people to be able to look at it. I also would like to add a link on useful link on the document. We haven't heard the comment. The sound was not heard. Who did make the soundtrack for this movie? Since we do not have the comment, while we made a big emphasis on sound design and on music, on comments, the sound design was made by Vasily Yevtushenko, and we managed to involve a sound producer from Chernobyl HBO and from Joker. He is rather famous, and we hope that he will produce good soundtrack for us, which will match the video raw and produce a good effect, impressive effect, that it will allow us to understand this feeling of loss, that eternal loss. Because when we look at the deminers, at sappers who are doing this demining, at those activists who try to help them, who try to restore this natural environment for species, for creatures. Of course, it's very sad, and we want to show this fight of two forces. One big force is those occupants who are coming to conquer the land, to occupy our land, and the second force, which is a kind force, which tries to save, which tries to reproduce and to make these creatures to flourish. I wanted to show something additionally. These are volunteers. This is volunteer Dmitro. This is Blagodatne village in Mykolaiv region. And this is his native village. And now he escaped to Mykolaiv and comes to Blagodatne now and then. And unfortunately, many people had to leave their domestic animals, their pets, there because they had been evacuating to nowhere actually, and they could not take creatures with them, so they left their pets. And this volunteer, he kept coming to this native village and tried to help. One day he was driving a tractor there, and the tractor came across a mine, and he has lost and died. This is a very sad story. And nevertheless, he continues to come, try to help. When people try to restore and to revive their fields, they are exploded with the mines, and the rescue rangers, they told me that now they try to demine the infrastructure objects, like to bring electricity to houses, etc., while fields and farm fields, they remain without official demining, without sapers, and people start to do that themselves. And while doing demining, if you are not an expert, it's quite dangerous. And quite often police officers, they are called to objects where Russian missiles fly, and they come there to measure the level of danger with the sensors, but many explosives they do not fall within the detective instruments, they do not fall within the range of detective instruments, and that's why quite often it is impossible to find out how dangerous is this or that ammunition, this or that shell, this or that chemical inside the explosive material for human health. And additionally, there are people who exhume bodies, and these are both state bodies and volunteer organizations who exhume the bodies, who look for the bodies which stay without burials, without any attendance. They try to collect them and to store somewhere to give to relatives further. Did you manage to film something in the exclusion zone? Yes, it was interesting to do filming how and observe how the nature revives itself after huge forest fires. We tried to catch creatures, but we did not manage to do them. We did not manage to catch creatures to film them. And actually, what we saw in the exclusive zone before the war, I think we will see in future with Mariinka, Avdiivka, which are totally ruined, and we will see how they will be catched by plants, by greenery, trees, bushes, and they will become deserted ruins or covered with greenery. This is an apocalyptic landscape with ruined houses, and in some 2 years this will become just bricks. We know that during the Great Famine in 1930s, many villages in the east were destroyed, and now we see the same with this occupation, and I expect that in future we will see the same happening to these ruined villages. Many people escaped, many people were killed during shellings. Of course, some people left there, and I'm very much surprised that some people survived through occupation, and they try to develop their lives from scratch, actually. This is a separate topic, how survivors try to restore their life in that totally ruined villages. For me, as a producer, it was a huge experience. On the one hand, this is a big tragedy that everything is being destroyed. When we filmed mine fields in Kherson region, we found a village where people came back after occupation. There were several streets. People came back after occupation. They planted a vegetable garden. And at the end of this vegetable garden, there was a bomb, Russian bomb, which has not exploded, and they had planted vegetables up to the boundary where this unexploded missile left. This shows the strength of human nature and the strength of the defiant spirit, so to say. I saw the picture of a burnt forest in your trailer. But that was not from the exclusive zone. I have several views of the burnt Chernobyl forest. I have several views of and landscapes of the burnt forest in Blagodatne in Kharkiv region. It used to be a reserve before the war, and now we have got pictures and filming of the Serebryansky forest, very famous forest in Kharkiv region, which is also burnt now with combat. So I will have all that range of pictures from all the forests. And now one more question. I know that you pitched this project in different venues and platforms and even received some prizes. How discussion of ecocide goes on at the European level, whether they are perceptive to this topic. Sometimes they pretend that environment stays beyond the politics, and at the beginning of full-scale invasion, I used to hear suggestions that maybe you provoked that aggression. Okay, but in my opinion, when you show this views, these films about destroyed nature, people have no arguments. Once I attended one workshop in Prague, and there I heard an idea that filming the results of that ruination is actually our counteraction to aggression. Quite often dictators keep saying that they want peace. These aggressors, they also did not want to bomb Ukraine. They just wanted to make Ukraine a part of Russia. And at that workshop, which I attended, I understood that that we Ukrainians, we are in terrible situation to defend ourselves. We have to repel an aggressor, and in order to do that we have to fight, and fighting we destroy the environment, we destroy nature, we ruin everything around us. This is a high price that we pay. We pay with human lives, we pay with the loss of the lives of creatures, we pay with the destroyed nature, because we want to preserve ourselves, we want to survive ourselves. I won't say that this goes beyond politics. I should say that even environment had become part of politics, because now the prosecutor's office of Ukraine started to investigate the ecocide cases, and it looks like it will be a first precedent in the human history where the aggressor country will be brought to responsibility for the ecocide, and they will be forced to pay reparations for that. Because in previous times, no country managed to do that, because to prove that something was ruined, you need to have some baseline, some basic assessment of the nature condition before the occupation. I only hope that eventually this will happen and we will bring Russia to responsibility for all the damages. Okay, the same could be said about Chernobyl disaster and the damage that it caused to environment. I wish you to be very successful, and even having seen that trailer, you understood what was what the film is about, and I hope that it will that the bigger impact you would get after 90 minutes of such a visual role. And I wish you success. For some time, we had been thinking to add a comment, to add comments to our visual role, but actually then we decided that the visual role is very eloquent itself, and it should not be spoiled with our comments or explanations to make people focus on what they see and to reflect on what they see in front of them. Yes, I agree with you that that this focusing on visual images may have a bigger impact on the audience than any commentary. Thank you for joining the project. I wish you all the best, and I hope that in future we will see your documentaries on big screens around the globe. Now, when we start to reflect over the past 2 years, we find out that this experience should be summarized. If you do not do such reflection, nobody do that instead of us, and we have to to do right things in right time. And I think this is now a great topic for documentaries to study. Recently, I've read about one festival that when artists from Balkan countries stated that they had stopped doing documentaries about the war only recently, and that is what we had with Chernobyl. We are still doing and had been doing films and documentaries about Chernobyl till last times before the war, immediately previous the war. And at the very beginning, when Chernobyl disaster happened, it had been hidden by had been being hidden by the authorities. It was the end of Soviet era, and then when independent Ukraine started its existence, everything became open, and we started to work on very creative projects about Chernobyl. At the time where Chernobyl tragedy happened, many tragedies happened simultaneously, and we simply do not know about them. At that time, it was impossible to produce a documentary as easy as we can do that now. And that prevented us from having the full picture, and that would prevent us from presenting Chernobyl in a form of detective story as it looked in the American movie, which was released a couple of years ago. Now we have bigger creative opportunities, bigger technical even opportunities to film the tragedy of today's war, and to hope that that it won't be forgotten. Yes, one thing is to understand, and another thing is to act. But now we have faced some limitations when the Russians had destroyed Kakhovska Dam and hydropower plant. The access there is very much limited, and we cannot film there to produce a documentary, for example. But still we can find the ways that we can use small drones and to film what's going on in the most destroyed areas. Thus, these small improvements, small technologies, they can help the producers to produce what they want to. I think the destroyal of Kakhovska Dam was one of the most documented disasters in history. There are two concepts how to hide information. You should either to hide it directly, or you can overload people with information. in order to reach people and to present them information properly, you have to think over the ecocide event, structurize it, and then present it to broad public. Thank you to your team. Thank you very much for your project and for your presentation. Thank you for inviting me. See you. Let's take another speaker. This is Ms. Oksana Chepelik.
We have so many speakers today. Oksana also has been working for a long time on this topic. And today she will be talking about immersive environment. I would like to ask Oksana, I understand that you are in France. Good afternoon. Thank you for inviting. I'm in Marseille, in the residence of the Institute of Marseille University. Can you see my presentation? And I don't hear you. Can you share it for now? Yeah. Can you see it? Так. I was invited to talk about immersive environment as instrument of the change of human-centric optics. But I would like to talk about Chernobyl, talk about the projects I was making in 1990. There was an installation, Breakfast on the Grass, and that was shown in Paris Gallery. And here we refer to the history of art, to the famous Breakfast on the Grass, as we are here showing the possibility to have this Breakfast on the Grass. And here we show some cubes, which also have the form of graphite stacks, which are used in nuclear power plants in Chernobyl and PP, and which have become the reason of the disaster. And we work with new technologies. We got an idea. It was about radiation as the phenomenon that we do not see, but we wanted to make it visible with the assistance of meteorological station. And you see the nuclear sensors are launched, and that is the information which would be projected on clouds, because thanks to meteorological station in Sweden, the world learned about this disaster, because otherwise no one would be talking about that like it was happening in the past in the Soviet Union. And then the next project that is using this meteorological data, it's the NASA site in real time. And here's the data from all over the world, and that could save lives to many people who find themselves in these natural or environmental disaster areas. But here we use these technology of scanning. That is audio, video, registration of the changes which could warn us about danger. And my project Genesis, with which I wanted to work in 2004, and that is what's happening in the female body, and that appeals to values, not just democratic, but to values of life. And that is why this project worked as the monitoring of birth rate every hour, every several minutes a child is born. And it was invited to different countries to work as the monitoring of the birth rate. And it got into different countries in different contexts. That was quite a long-term project. There were 3 cycles of visual art. And there were multimedia installations. I was trying to create these projections on walls with such approaches to immersion environment, but also the sculptures in the public space. And we can talk about referring to the history of immersion from the beginning of existence of humanity, because it's related to creating symbolic spaces. The first one were caves, and in 2022 in Marseille, the museum was opened. I showed it to you. We see some animals, and that was perceived as the first dimension environment. The architecture is sacred, with the art, with symbolic systems. These were early systems of immersion, and the practices which we approached with the modern technologies, they were started in the end of the 19th century. And this photograph shows, these are the research of Puchtama, and we see Richard Fuller designing his Fuller cupola, and that's where and it's used as the architectural structure to demonstrate immersion environment. That is his cupola created for Montreal Expo. I would like to refer to my project, which was called Collider, which was made as immersive environment. Collider was a project which reflected some historic events which affected our time and our future. The idea was to include Chernobyl to this project, and it has become part of VR Collider. That was a structure built as a space station, which is above the planet of Earth, and which perceives the vibrations of the events that were taking place in different places. It was about revolutions, about some important impacts, in 2022, it received some prize in Austria, and one of the rooms was joined with Chernobyl project, the project that Valery is working on. So basically that project, this room with gymnasium, with this space of Pripyat, with these walls on gymnasium, and with the wall which works as the monitoring of birth rate. And so then I published a book in Taiwan. We managed to create metaphysical time space. It's not just installation. It's a six-dimensional space. The structure, which in every point of our three-dimensional space exists, to talk about particles, physics and Chernobyl are things very close. And that space was created in macro. That's installation, which was shown in Carbon Media art there. That's about the human capacity to think. And in many spaces, that metaphysical time space was invited. For example, like it was invited to the Festival Carpathian space. It was demonstrated there in the Art Museum, and that's Renaissance Cathedral. And these modern structures, they have a very interesting architectural spatial dialogue with the arches of Renaissance times. That's the reflection of reality, which I made in Korsak's Museum of Contemporary Ukrainian in Lutsk. And that's the only museum of contemporary Ukrainian art. There are other museums which are titled like that, but this is the museum which has no analogs in Ukraine. And thanks to the work with these immersive environments in physical and virtual space, I wanted to give you this idea of anthropocentrism and subjectivity of nature. As you can see here, the sun is the main thing. The human being is like a sun, and this is the Leonardo da Vinci's man. But we need to analyze it, but thanks to the legacy of Da Vinci's approach to mathematics is presented in contemporary artwork. And that's what originates from his studies. You can look at this whole in Castello Sforza, where his paintings are preserved, not in the best quality, but that again, these are the frescoes which also served as the immersion environment. You can see these graphic images of Leonardo with the nature, and only here you can see how this looks like. And in Dominican Cathedral, I made such homage to Leonardo, referring to these structures of learning about the world, like Leonardo was doing it. And basically, this work with such structures caused a lot of interest. And I got interested in the ideas of another famous person. That is the project called Garden of Divine Songs after Grigory Skovoroda. And here there are structures which correspond to his philosophy about universe, about the human world inside and outside the world, and about how that combines with the symbolic world. And you can see these ideas of unidentified flying objects and the Ark of Noah. This is like a new ark for new era. And this project was also demonstrated in Nice in the Festival of Video Art. I was invited as an honorable guest in 2021. Some French association addressed me, and this project was demonstrated last year in Madrid. It was part of Madatak. It's becoming the project which tells us about an outstanding philosopher of the 18th century who put a foundation for Ukrainian identity, being a free person. He set an example, but this project works with the context as well. The context of the ruined museum to Skovoroda in 2022, when the Russian missile ruins it, and it wasn't some accident. Cultural objects become the target for Russian missiles because the country cannot exist without culture. That's targeted ruination. Now I would like to say a few words about the environmental topic. Where do we go from here? And we focused our attention on Dnipro. when there was some bacteria multiplied in Dnipro, and that is like the process of Dnipro's flourishing. But because of the dams, Dnipro is turning into the water that doesn't move, and all the contamination that goes there, the change of climate, they provoke this multiplication of the bacteria. Thanks to this bacteria, we have oxygen on our planet, but recently it has become contaminated, poisonous. It sort of learned from people. And it's not just in Dnipro, it's a satellite image of what Dnipro looks like with this bacteria. But that is the global phenomenon that China, Mexico, it's not just in Dnipro, in Mississippi as well. It's a sea bacteria, it shouldn't live in fresh water, but it's developing and it's occupying. And that is Baltic Sea. You can see that even in the cold sea, it's there. And the beaches are closed because it's dangerous for people. And that's called the blue and green weeds. I came to Marseille to work on it, and I found out that in Marseille there's no this problem in the Mediterranean Sea, not yet. That's the project which was implemented by Thierry Bosch. He made the bioreactor from the contaminated water from Dnipro. It really works, and she works with this Chiara bacteria. It creates bioplastic. That's my project. It's getting close to treatment of water, but it's not with the help of treatment facilities, but thanks to the organism. We need to learn from the nature. That's what Leonardo taught us. Nautilus pompilius is just this creature, that installation that took place. Again, it was part of the festival in Nice. That's the installation named Gaia, and it appeals to this theory developed but we can talk about the source, because till 70s, when the theory was formed, Vladimir Vernadsky, who has become the founder for things for noosphere, environment, every country is trying to be the first one and to find out who was the first one who started working on these issues. And thanks to Vernadsky, we can say that we were the first. And Gaia is the earth that opposes colonization. But these are three layers, mystical, environmental, and that's allegory of Ukraine, which is opposing another project, the homage to Matisse. It was shown in Matisse Museum in Nice again. That's like a window, but it's next to a room where there is a famous work by Matisse and called The Swimming Pool. And in the end of his life, when it was difficult for him to paint, he switches to cutting the colored paper, and this technique, decoupage, that's what I used in my installation. This spiral is not a spiral of development. If you look at it from a side, it could be perceived as the skeleton of a whale. And the whale, in its tail has a human head. It's about interdependence. And such technology, decoupage of Matisse, it's a great instrument to understand different processes, because when it's about cutting some types of cutting out the people during the war. So in every project, I'm trying to talk about Ukraine, about the problems of war, and this with the whale, and here is the human embryo. And you see that the neighbor is fatal for the baby whale. I cooperate with the Institute of Biodiversity and Environment Ecology. And this is the team which works on the topic of sponges. Sponges are very sensitive to environment, and research the metabologic, and that's data received from this machine. Spectroscopy machine and metabolome is in this here. It has some genetic information, how it changes under the impact of environment, and looking at that. And these are the peaks of the stress. And these are peaks of stress which are lethal. I'm using these images of plankton and of the micro world in order to learn design, because the nature has created such unbelievable structures, and the architects haven't approached it yet. The nature already has them. That's what's inside the sponge. And I was trying to make this data visual. That's performance, which took part in the National Park Palanca, and it's on the triptych with all these underwater creatures and plants which suffer from the climate change. And especially in 2022, in August, all this underwater world turned into the garden of skeletons. This music became part of this video ocean. And in 2023, I managed to demonstrate my 3 installations, this diptych and performance in Palanca Park. That was a ritual of interaction with nature. and there are part of it were letters blown by wind, and they referred us to Japanese flags, and Japanese flags, they symbolize the carp that managed to jump over the waterfall, and it was a symbol of being adults, young people who turned adults. They were honored by these flags, and I wanted to talk about necessity for the humankind to become adult. And these letters, that was a hope. We were trying to row hope. In Marseille, the winds are very strong, but when all stood to write it, the wind stopped. It was a momentary reply to the request for the hope. If you do nothing, then there will be no hope. And this diptych showed the underwater world. That's what I told about Echo Sid. You see the skeletons, how these gorgons are changed into skeletons.
These were just like white skeletons which left under the water. And in a third part of this work, I showed the underwater seismic registrators as a space equipment. So this was rethinking of these two realities, and this was accompanied by special sound. This was dedicated to pollution. In Marseille, we observe a lot of pollution in nature. We have massive tourism. We have a lot of ships, and we have a lightning pollution. And all that contributes to the level when that becomes destructional for nature. This is David Rothenberg work, which is called 1,000 Mile. He had recorded this song over whale, humpback whale song, and then he visualized that notes. This is a project of Natalie Yeremenko, Media and Horror. With the sensors, when media, when muscles are being opened, and she recorded the sound which appears when muscles open themselves. This slide shows this ocean project and ecocide project. These are two my works which are exhibited in Aix-en-Provence in 2023. And here I showed the ecocide project, which presented Kherson flooded with the Dnipro River. Because for Europeans, for the Frenchman, Kakhovska tragedy was not appealing. And for us, it was a tragedy. It was a hope that that huge damage to ecosystem, to the city, that would be perceived as a tragedy equal to the Chernobyl disaster, but actually that was not like that. And the pictures this picture was made by Nina Malaletka. I called, I got her permission to use these pictures and that picture and these pictures to use them in my project to focus attention at what had happened. These were pictures that made by volunteers. They show how volunteers rescued pets. And later, when this ecocide project was shown in several cities and towns in France, here you see water tower Kunstvarien in Germany. There I created an immersive space where people could even feel the strength of that tragedy. And almost feel all that dirt, all that mud and clay and the garbage being brought by the flood. Actually, next day, the flood had reached Odessa, and this is the distance from Marseille to Italy. And when you present this tragedy in the terms which are understandable by Europeans, they start realizing what had happened, because when you compare the Black Sea and the Mediterranean Sea, and when start thinking in comparative terms, then they become more responsive. I try to use all this situation to bring Ukraine to visibility by the Europeans, to prevent a situation when we keep silence, when we remain in silence. I tried to use luminescence in bacteria. You see this bright illustration of Nadia Marad Kolak work. This is bioluminescent installation following the blue fairy. This is very appealing work. It says much about vulnerability of nature and ecosystems. This is work by Alevtina Kahidze with her VR project Invasions 1, 2, 3 at Biennale. She described invasive species, which are foreigners in some ecosystems. This is a problem of human beings, which bring invasive plants which are hostile to very vulnerable ecosystems. This is Rasa Smythe and Wright Smith's artistic work, which is called Atmospheric Forest. This is in this was exhibited at the Parliament of Plants exhibition in Liechtenstein. And this shows that when a tree dies, it gives away all the carbon dioxide that it has been accumulating within all its life. Actually, in this work, the artists, they give subjectivity to plants. They make plants as living subjects. They even assign them with a spirit. And by the way, the latest research of magnetic waves shows that plants may demonstrate reaction. This is another project by Anna Manankina, plant domain, the plant anarchy within the framework of Sense project. This is another project by Rasa Smythe and Wright Smith's Deep Sensing Immersive Room. This is their artwork about a spy antenna which was used by the Soviet Union and installed in Latvia. Now it is used purely for peaceful purposes and studies the space, black holes in space, etc. And this brings us back to the magnetic antenna in Chernobyl, which became a subject of installation made by Valery Chernov in Valery Korshunov in 2019. This is my installation for Madatak project, which is called Fluent Contemporary and Fluent Ethics. This investigates the changing reality. And the last presentation is dedicated to the last exhibition in the Contemporary Art Museum, which is called Museum of Contemporary Ukrainian Art by Korsak, shows contemporary Ukrainian art objects. They resumed the exhibition in Lutsk in early March this year. And they invited me to create a project for that contemporary art museum. This is Korsax Museum of Contemporary Ukrainian Art in Ukraine. A media art section was inaugurated with Genesis immersive environment. For me, it was a difficult task, I should say, and we managed to cope with it and created this installation. This is one of the versions of my works made in Taiwan, but this is actually a modern version of Modigliani. This sound was created by Rip Gaufer, who worked as a sound artist. These are sounds of various creatures. So the museum enriched itself with this digital video, which other Ukrainian museums do not have. And here again, we used the filming done in the biodiversity and ecology project. And again, in June, another exhibition, this will be made in Kiev. Actually, this work, this is again about creatures in the ocean. They are given their own voice. And then they have to give up to the anthropocentric system. Because we have the human-centric optic, and art can work with extraterrestrial civilizations. And again, we come to the idea of the Earth's citizenship or global citizenship. Here we come again to the idea how to live on a well managed planet. Or we can recollect the natural contract of Sarah between people and creatures. Which is very important for the survival of civilization. Thank you, Oksana, for fruitful presentation of all that artistic work. We hope to see your works. I give the floor to Arina Starovoitova, and we have to finish our blog. I hope that you loved that futuristic artistic practices. Good afternoon, all the participants. Good evening. Ms. Oksana, I'm happy to see you, and I invite you to come to Slavutic once again. I have photos from my residence at Slavutic. I'm happy to see you. I'm very happy to hear what you said, to listen to your presentation. And thank you for for making this final presentation at this conference. There is a good tradition for the last 9 years. I've been doing a joint photo of all the participants. When I am saying my last words, I encourage you to turn on your videos and to make a joint picture, family picture of all the participants. Unfortunately, now we can meet only in hybrid format. In the first day of the conference, I will tell the story to you once again. I would like to tell you that the first day was in a hybrid format. Partially participants were in the session hall of the city council, and we had very interesting day on April 24th. We had international panel during the first day. You may review all that presentations in YouTube. We made a recording of all the 3 days in YouTube, and now in your emails you have a link. All the 3 days are recorded and they are in YouTube, and when you will have time you can look at that recorded. And you will maybe have some ideas. You may provide feedback to us. You may write to us on via email all the information about the conference, and the link to YouTube is in your emails. May I write down to chat when we are speaking, when we are making pictures. I will make this link. I will add this link once again, and then via Valerie you will be able to receive that circulation of all the data. I would like to use the rights of a moderator to remind you that within 3 days we had 120 participants. We had heard more than 70 presentations. I would like to remind you that this was Executive Committee of the Slavutic City Council, and our Regional Development Agency, also organizer, was the State Agency on Exclusive Zone Institute of Security, the nuclear power plants of the Academy of Sciences, Ukrainian Nuclear Society, Ukrainian National Institute Polytechnic Institute named after Sikorsky, and also we had partners of our conference, National Academy of Sciences, National Academy of Technical Sciences, National Technical University, Kyiv Polytechnic Association of the Enterprises of Industrial Automation in Ukraine, Energatom, Atom Remont Service, Institute of Mathematical Machines and Systems of Ukraine, and the European Institute of Chernobyl. This is an NGO which had become our partner this year. I am very grateful to you all, and you contributed much to the section which worked today all the day. We are very grateful to our partners who has been with us all that for many years, a Black Sea Woman. This is a network which contributed. This was Natalia Kloss and Mr. Ali Atkis, and I'm very grateful to my colleagues, co-moderators, Mr. Danila Lavrenov, Secretary of Ukrainian Nuclear Society, and Mr. Maxim Savelyev, the Institute of the Security of Nuclear Power Plants, National Academy of Sciences of Ukraine, Peter Kuczynski, State Specialized Enterprise, Chernobyl, and PP. We are proud that Chernobyl and PP and its employers join our conference every year. We are very grateful for the informational support, and eventually I'm happy to inform you that those who would like to make a charity contribution we received donations from you as you made as a charity, and we together with new charity foundations which are our constant partners today, we had cleaned futures fund, Eric Cambrian, together with Jennifer. Perhaps he told you about what they are doing in Ukraine. Also, I'm very glad to mention Chess Development Foundation, Chi NPP Development Foundation. We all the time permanently sacrifice 1 day salary to the fund which supports the armed forces of Ukraine. I would like to thank you once again. You will have information about our charity projects, about human clinic and reconstruction of the bomb shelter for children. You will find all that information a bit later. As of now, I do not have this information now. We have collected only 11,000 hryvnia. Perhaps later I will find the information in currency. Thank you to everybody who donated to that fund. Today is April 26th, and on this day we recollect Chernobyl heroes and Chernobyl disaster, the most terrible nuclear disaster in the history of humanity. But recollecting Chernobyl disaster, we at the same time understand that we all are now in conditions when our safety is very vulnerable, and we are under continuous threat from the terrorist country, which creates terrible conditions for us. And we have analyzed this experience within 3 days of conference, the experience which we have not had in the past.
I thank everyone who worked on our draft resolution of the conference. That's very important document. We'll send it to all the institutions. So please join us. Now, I will put all the information to chat while you are getting ready for photograph. And I would like to invite you for the family picture. And again, I would like to thank you all. Maybe you want to say something in the format of discussion. Maybe you would like to say something. And a couple of words in the result of work. Dear colleagues, maybe there are someone who wants. I feel that you are all tired, all worked actively. I will just send you the links. These are links for donations. And Oksana, which information would you like to receive? The reference in YouTube, or the link in YouTube. I will send it to you because every day it's a different link, but we will put all the information somewhat later. All this information will be available to you. Thank you. Who's with us? Turn on the video. It's important to give this information to you, and it is important to thank the technical team of the conference. I saw Andrei, and I recollect one thing. Without your support, without technical support, we wouldn't be able to do anything at such a quality as we've been doing it for the 3rd year. It's been a pleasure working with you. Thank you, the speakers, for high quality presentations and for good attitude to technical support. Thank you. That's Andrei Kutak and Stanislav Popas, the company Art Media. If you need their contacts, we will provide them. We will provide them to organizers of your events. Let's take pictures. I believe that the photograph is good. Thank you, colleagues. Greetings from Slavutic. We will again today think about heroes of Chernobyl, commemorate their memory. We will commemorate those who perished. Unfortunately, in Slavutic, we have had news. One of the citizens of Slavutic perished, and tomorrow will be buried. Thank you for your nice words. Thank you for attention. I see Odessa Polytechnics also thank the organizers, and see you at the 10th conference, the Jubilee conference Thank all our partners. Join us, Maxim. I see how you are sending you. Regards. See you. See you. Have a nice night.